Good morning. The January 18th Board of Education meeting is now in session. Please rise for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. The pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 2.03 is approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor? The minutes have been approved. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order, and the agenda stands as published. Item 2.05 are recognitions, and I believe Kate Gilbert's coming.
Good morning, members of the board and Dr. Arlotto. I am Kate Gilbert, Regional Assistant Superintendent for the North County Cluster. At this point, I'd like to invite Dr. Arlotto and members of the board to please come forward. When I was asked to present this morning's recognition, I said yes under one condition, that there would be no requirement for me to speak any German. The language and culture of Germany, however, are the passion of North County High School's Katrina Griffin. Every day in her classes and beyond, Ms. Griffin seeks to expand the horizons of her students, both in terms of the language she is teaching and of the people around the world who speak it. For the last 3 years, Ms. Griffin has helped to plan a German STEM Immersion Day where all activities take place in German. Students have the opportunity to participate in a variety of activities designed to deepen their understanding of culture and language. Last spring, for example, attendees took part in workshops involving making cars out of pasta and then racing them. Ms. Griffin has garnered not just local attention for her work, but regional and national attention as well. The 2016 Anne Arundel County Public Schools Teacher of the Year, she was also a finalist for the State Award. She was named the Maryland Foreign Language Teacher of the Year in October 2015, the Northeast Regional Foreign Language Teacher of the Year in February, and the National Foreign Language Teacher of the Year in November. Throughout her 16 years at North County High School, Katrina Griffin has gone to incredible lengths to broaden horizons for our students. As she comes forward, please join me in thanking her for the positive impact she has had. Ms. Griffin?
Thank you very much.
Well deserved.
Go sideways.
Great. Okay, everybody, 3 photos, big smile, look at this way.
Uh-huh.
Item 2.06, Educator of the Month, Ms. Williams.
Today we honor an educator in our school system who is the definition of her school's mission statement: to empower students to achieve rigorous academic goals, to become college and career ready, and to contribute to the community in pursuit of a better quality of life for themselves and others. The school, Glen Burnie High School. The educator, pupil personnel worker Lynn Weiss. Seeing Lynn work with a particular student, myself included, is seeing an educator connect with their student on a different level, a level beyond what is happening at school. Her job takes her on many adventures. She is in and out of classrooms looking to help in any way possible. She reaches out to her students, many of whom are homeless in many ways. These students never go hungry, thirsty, or ill-prepared for school as long as Lynn is around. Each and every student Lynn works with is a better person because of her influence. Lynn Weiss builds relationships in every building she steps into, and she relies on those relationships to accomplish the amazing things she does every day in support of her students. She is the personification of the superintendent's message, be nice. She has a job that takes a toll on her emotionally, but she is never seen without a smile on her face, while multitasking 10 different projects all at once. If her school needs a guest speaker or an outside source of any kind, Lynn is willing to work to bring in that person's positive influence to make Glen Burnie High a better place. She assists in a number of programs on a regular basis, including the Suicide Prevention Walk, Jungle Bell Jogs, the Athletic Department Blood Drive, and Breast Cancer Awareness Pink Out football games, just to name a few. Lynn Weiss is at every event, supporting every teacher, spreading all the positive things she has to offer. If a student isn't able to play a sport due to financial hardship, Lynn finds a solution to get the student the cleats, running shoes, clothing, a sports physical exam, and transportation needed to participate. She works with people on campus to feed and clothe students who need assistance. Lynn believes in her students, and her students believe in Lynn, evidenced by many success stories of students who have been under Lynn's guidance, such as myself. Ms. Weiss, you are the embodiment of what every teacher, educator, and staff member should be. And Glen Burnie High School is a better community because of your hard work, dedication, and commitment to all your students and to your school system. So on behalf of the Board of Education and Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and as one of your students, it is my honor to recognize you as Educator of the Month for January 2017. Congratulations. Can you meet me up front?
Ashley Kelso. I thought she was getting the award today. And I almost blew it off. Oh my gosh. I think let's see, we've got Ashley, oh, sorry, there's the bell. It's time to repeat. We got Ashley Kelso, who's a phenomenal coach, English teacher, ninth grade English teacher. We have Pia Noon, who's our Alt-1 specialist, phenomenal. We have Rachel Mills, who's our department chair for school counseling, superb. The ever amazing Shelley Harford, who's our AP in charge of ESOL as well, who does an amazing job, and Debbie Peterson, who is our school psychologist. And I think where's Nancy Breslin, who's our amazing, oh, there you are. Nancy Breslin, who is our amazing special education facilitator extraordinaire. Glen Burnie High School is a diamond in the rough, and if you don't get a chance to come down and visit us, we are doing amazing, amazing work. So please come to visit us, as evidenced by
one of our star pupils, Carolyn. Thank you so much. I love you, girl.
Item 2.07 is Employee of the Month. Ms. Sasso.
Today, we honor an employee in our school system who has been described by her colleagues as professional, flexible, team-oriented, and affable. We have also learned that due to her knowledge of the special education process and her experience in her profession, she has developed the special ability of making anxious and concerned parents feel at ease. Kim Harris. IEP clerk and technician, provides many valuable services in special education child find office. Kim is the first point of contact with parents who suspect their child may have a disability. Once a difficult call is made by a concerned parent, Kim responds with her calm and soothing disposition, explaining the special education process in a lay person's terms. Kim is highly respected and is an integral part of the Child Find program. Kim never hesitates to quickly resolve an issue for parents or her fellow staff members. When help is needed, she will drop everything to assist the person in need. One exceptional example is when she provided assistance to a family from England seeking child find services. Kim immediately contacted a military sponsor to help get the special education process moving forward. Countless calls were made in advance on behalf of the family regarding housing and daycare. Kim then hand-delivered all documents to the appropriate child find diagnostic team, resulting in the child's seamless transition from England to the United States. Kim understands the importance of confidentiality when working with parents, outside agencies, and colleagues. If a request comes in to gather historical information about a particular student, she goes above and beyond to research and seek information to satisfy the request. To improve her skills in the workplace, Kim often takes classes to better prepare herself as a child find team member. She recently took a class on boosting the electronic operations of the office, which resulted in an overall growth of the program. She also assisted the child find offices in the adoption of an online appointment calendar, greatly enhancing the program's day-to-day operation. Kim consistently aims to improve the current situation, and she'll stop at nothing until she reaches the ideal outcome. Kim Harris, as a team-oriented employee, you're always willing to go that extra mile to support fellow staff members, parents, and children. You're a key component of the Child Find team, and you fuel a true sense of unity within the workplace. Your self-motivation and commitment to proficiency make a significant positive impact on the Child Find team each and every day. So for these reasons and more, the Board of Education is pleased to recognize you as Employee of the Month for January 2017. Congratulations. Please join me up front. Okay, how they connived you to come here?
Oh my gosh, we were supposed to come because Bobby Pecker told us we had to. I thought we were meeting our new leader. I kept saying, why do you think she's having us come down there, all of us? I said, what are we going to do with? I had no clue at all.
Who's here with you today? Let's see.
So it's all my coworkers are here with me, and then my mom, who was from England, and when you were talking about and my sister is here also, Sister Sharon.
Welcome.
Oh my gosh, my heart's beating like a million miles an hour.
Well, we would like to present you with your certificate and your bell so that you may ring it when necessary.
Oh, thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you a lot.
Item 2.08 is Volunteer of the Month. Principal Susan Chittum speaks for the entire Annapolis High School community when she describes an extraordinary volunteer. She's simply an amazing ambassador for our school. the go-to person, a fully engaged PTSA board member, an advocate for the Performing and Visual Arts Magnet, a precise, enlightening communicator, and a champion for all Anne Arundel County Public School students and teachers. The Board of Education is pleased to honor Mrs. Lisa Pline with the January Volunteer of the Month Award. During her 6 years at Annapolis High, Lisa has served as PTSA President, PTSA Vice President, and President of the Music Boosters at times simultaneously. She's a unifying force, says Assistant Principal Renee Stout. During meetings and on social media, Lisa's a calm voice of reason. She often reminds parents that we share one common goal: to help our students to be the best they can be by providing opportunities to learn and grow. Mrs. Pline makes sure all Annapolis High School students and staff are supported by the PTSA. Her relentless focus to do what is right for the students inspires an increasing number of families to join both the PTSA and the Music Boosters. She's always involved in fundraising efforts, most notably for new band uniforms for instructional enrichment. To ensure fair distribution of PTSA funds within the school, Lisa created a grant request protocol for field trips, classroom technology, or materials to deepen students' engagement and learning. Events such as Coffee with the Principal and band booster meetings are efficiently coordinated by Lisa. They are well attended thanks to her enthusiastic encouragement to all the parents. She ensures interpreters are available for immigrant families and all parent-involved meetings. Lisa understands the importance and the challenge of good communication, especially in a large school with 3 magnet programs. To meet the need, she chose to devote countless hours to write and distribute the weekly school newsletter, Panther Update, for all faculty and Annapolis High families. It contains information from the many programs and stakeholders of the entire school community. Principal Chittum writes she accomplishes this selfless and amazing service every week and posts it every Monday without fail. Not surprisingly, Mrs. Pline is a regular at meetings at the Board of Education, the County Council, the Annapolis Education Committee, and many public forums where parents' voices are needed to share ideas and advocate for students, teachers, and school communities. Lisa Pline's passionate activism for all Anne Arundel County students, especially those at Annapolis High School, inspires many, including Mrs. Chittum. Lisa has wonderful ideas, attends parent meetings, and asks great questions. She inspires me to be the best school principal that I can possibly be. When her youngest daughter graduates this year, I have absolutely no idea what Annapolis High will do without Lisa Pline. Mrs. Pline, would you please come forward? With great appreciation, I present this Volunteer of the Month certificate and belt to you. I would not have survived 4 years at Annapolis High School without Lisa's emails every Monday morning telling me where to be or where my kids should be. So we're very appreciative. So tell us, how did they sneak you in here today?
By telling us that Miss Chittum was going to get an award, which I would have totally supported. I would follow Miss Chittum off a cliff. I would.
And then Miss Chittum wasn't here when you were
Yeah, I was starting to wonder. Yes.
So who all's with you? I know we had a big crowd come in.
I'm not even sure who all's back there. Lots of parents, lots of teachers, some of the great parents and teachers that we have at Annapolis High School.
Great. Well, this is your certificate.
And my daughter and my husband, I'm sorry.
Of course. Yeah. This is your bell to ring at home or at school.
I'm not sure my children will appreciate this. But
And your certificate.
thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're All right, the next item is 2.09, School and Community Highlights. Mrs. Sommer.
A number of us had the distinct pleasure of going to this Severna Park High School ribbon cutting a couple of weeks ago, and it is a beautiful new facility, and hopefully it is just the beginning of our move toward replacing and adding and renovating high schools. It is gorgeous, and it brings home very clearly how much all the students in our county deserve to have the most up-to-date and gorgeous facilities for them to learn. So I hope that we will all see that come to fruition in the coming years. I had the pleasure of attending the Citizens, am I saying it right? The CAC, which stands for Citizens Advisory Council, sorry, and the Wellness Committee, that are both vital parts of the school system with different people, and it's great to be there with employees and with parents who are active and present in the school system. So I enjoyed all of those things.
And I had the chance to go to the 36th annual Martin Luther King breakfast with Mrs. Burge and Carolyn Williams and Dr. Orlato on Monday. And the keynote speaker was the other Wes Moore, if you've read his book. And he was just very inspirational. If you had a chance to read the article that the Capitol wrote about that event, I encourage you to do so. Item 2.10 is the Krask report.
Good morning, President Korbelak, Dr. Arlato, and members of the board. We were not originally scheduled to give a report until later in the month, but the events in the last few weeks have brought about some important and difficult conversations among young people in our community. Of course, I'm referring to the racially hateful petition and subsequent threat made at Arundel and Annapolis High School. I can't even begin to explain how upsetting that petition was. I'm a proud Wildcat, and I was genuinely horrified and embarrassed that this would happen at my school. I do want to acknowledge Gina Davenport and Dr. Arlato for handling this nightmare. The initial petition was addressed promptly, and most students learned about it through the letter from Dr. Arlato. Ms. Davenport addressed the community at a meeting, and students were allowed to discuss the incident with administrators and school system leaders. This excessive media coverage failed to praise those adults who worked tirelessly to ensure the safety of our schools and the protection of the students. So I'll say it now. Thank you so much for your swift and direct handling of each behavioral incident, and thank you for honoring the student perspective on these issues. At the Teen Advisory meeting and at the Krask meeting last Wednesday, ethnic difference and racial bias were discussed at length. I understand that similar conversations have taken place within community leadership programs and AACPS staff. I expect that some of these discussions are heated and difficult. There is no way to have a meaningful conversation about racial bias and inequity, xenophobia, and hate without getting emotional. But we can't afford to avoid these topics just because some people might become upset or uncomfortable. We are living in a difficult time as hateful rhetoric has become part of the daily news cycle. Marginalized groups calling for greater cultural sensitivity are dismissed as whiners, and intolerance is justified as a traditional American value. An emotional response to these mounting social problems might be the most appropriate response. How can anyone not be upset? Honestly, Dr. Arlato, I've never seen you as upset as you were last week, but that made me feel great, because watching you turn red and raise your tone validated my own feelings of outrage and disappointment. Both meetings of the county student leadership bodies were also intense, and everyone involved came to the same conclusion. So at this time, I need to share with you the things that I am taking away from these discussions. We do, in fact, have a problem. We cannot pretend that incidents of bias-motivated behavior are all isolated or are not reflected of a larger social issue. My generation does not consider ourselves racist, but ignorance and implicit bias does exist. Bias is demonstrated when a school is categorized as ghetto and when communities fight against their students being redistricted to a Title I school. We cannot deny its impact on property value, carrier projection, and media portrayal. It is the source of the expectation gap. Teaching tolerance is not enough. You tolerate an annoying sibling or a bitter cough syrup. We need to teach celebration. It's great that lessons about recognizing prejudice are embedded in our curriculum, but since we are not being assessed on that message, it is often not the focus. We need that standalone activities, assemblies, and events would be more appropriate venue to address this. Students have suggested school-wide assemblies, guest speakers, and follow-up discussions, not advisory lessons. Although the media failed to mention the courage it took for a student to report the petition, it's easy to blame them for publishing the headline, "Racist Petition Circulates Arundel," instead of "Responsible Students Confront Petition and Denounce Racism." But the media did not create this problem, they just reported it. We are all growing together, so we need to work together. It's time to be nice, all means all. On behalf of the students of Anne Arundel County, I'm asking you to assist us and facilitate our growth so that we can learn how to navigate these troubling times with empathy, open-mindedness, patience, and mutual respect. As a class president, I'm offering the resources and support a student leadership program so that you can honor the requests and suggestions of those who have courageously shared their concerns. The ball is in your court. Thank you for listening to my appeal, and thank you for allowing me to represent the students of Anne Arundel County.
Item 2.11 is the CAC report. We don't have one today. Okay. Item 2.12 is the PTA report.
Good morning, President Korbelak, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. I'm going to be brief. I just have a few announcements. I don't like to follow Krask. The Council of PTAs is excited to report that we installed Crofton Middle School as a PTSA last week. Thank you to Ray Leone for his guidance through that process. We look forward to working with all of them in Crofton and moving them into the new Crofton High School and making that a PTA as well. The Council of PTA's legislative breakfast is scheduled for Thursday, February 2nd at the House of Delegates. And we are encouraging all PTA members, the board, I've invited you this morning, you don't know that yet, to join us as we discuss our legislative platform with the Anne Arundel County delegation. There's a lot of important legislation on the docket this spring, so we hope to have a large crowd and would love to see you there as well. The PTA scholarship applications are available on the AACC PTA website. We've extended the submission deadline to January 31st. The Council of PTAs awards two $1,000 scholarships to AACPS seniors, so look for those on the website. And I had another bullet, but I didn't write anything down, so thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a short break to take pictures of Educator, Employee, and Volunteer of the Month out in the hall. right, we'll move on to public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on an item not on today's agenda may offer testimony during this public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers will be allotted 3 minutes each, and the board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing the meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. The time is intended for speakers to voice their opinion and not necessarily as a question and answer period. Speakers may pose questions, but answers will be counted toward the 3-minute allotment. For the record, please give your name before speaking, and handouts should be given to the board assistant. I have 2 cards, Deborah Morrison and Lisa Van Buskirk.
Good morning, Board of Education, Dr. Arlato. Lisa Van Buskirk with Start School Later, Anne Arundel County. I'm here today to wish you happy anniversary. It is 2 years ago that I first appeared before you to testify. At that time, I had no idea that 6 months later I would end up taking ownership and leadership of Start School Later. But here we are. In my first public testimony, I facetiously asked that you not take 10 years to accomplish the later start times until my then 3- and 4-year-old preschoolers were teens to solve the problems. Well, on Friday, my youngest turns 5, so we're 2 years into my sarcastic deadline and just 13 minutes closer to the recommendations of health experts. Secondly, I'm here to discuss the 2017-2018 plan, and more specifically, the late release in schools. As I mentioned in my October 19th testimony, you have at your disposal the approximately $475,000 for no longer paying fuel taxes, which is enough to fund about 7 buses. I'm also curious about what the 10 buses that will no longer be transporting students to private placement, what will they be doing now that they have one less bus run? Of course, you also have the savings from cheaper fuel discussed in September and all of the extra general fund money Teresa Sutherland pointed out last week. It would be easier to answer that question, of course, if the transportation software was up and running as intended. Speaking of the transportation budget, what is the status of the report reviewing Teresa Sutherland's analysis of fixed transportation costs but rising budgets? Ms. Sasso noted in the October 19th meeting that she had not yet received a copy, and the public would like one too, for transparency's sake. If the board waits until Dr. Arlato provides his report in March regarding what can be done for the late schools, it'll be too late to order any additional buses for the 2017-2018 school year. If the board opts not to amend the fiscal year 18 budget, that would affect 2018-2019, and waits until at least FY19, then we'll be halfway into my 10-year deadline. Speaking of the FY18 budget, since I attended your workshop last night, I can offer an additional revenue stream that's related to the handout before you. Specifically, the increased revenue ACPS could receive by lowering its chronic absentee rates. I'm providing to you a comparison of student absentee rates, graduation rates, and standardized test scores. The top 2 graphs compare Anne Arundel to St. Mary's, Garrett, and Washington County, which all have high schools that start after 8 a.m. and have students performing better in student absentee and graduation rates. In Charles and Washington County, which have both early and late starting high school and middle schools respectively, there is a significant difference between late and early schools. This difference extends across all students, minorities, and those receiving free and reduced meals. Studies that have been provided to this board over the years have pointed out that disadvantaged students benefit more from healthy school hours than their advantaged peers. Studies also presented to this board have shown that the trends shown with the chronic absenteeism are a nationwide trend. We just are looking at the Maryland numbers. If AACPS is truly intent on closing the achievement gap, why not start with teens that are awake and ready to learn, but not at the expense of elementary school hours? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Deborah Morrison. I actually talked a while ago, and I'm here also about the school start time. I wanted to discuss your decision about shifting all the schools back 15 minutes. And it's great. It's helping the high school students. You know, that is part of what we want at a healthier start time. However, I think you're neglecting a large population, and that's the elementary school kids. As of right now, you have 78 elementary schools. 29 start at 9 or later, 17 of them at after 9. This is assuming that all the times on the website are correct, because as I went through and wrote it all down, my children go to Hillsmere. Their Hillsmere time was not correct. It had a 9:05 start instead of a 9:10 start. This 15-minute shift will place 65% of your elementary schools start time after 9 o'clock. I know that you can't please everyone. I know that you have to fulfill full-time bus positions and bus drivers. I realize that there are probably a bigger picture that we don't all understand and get. But the shift is totally unreasonable for these elementary school kids who already have a late start time. So I would love for the board to at least look at the possibility of these 18 elementary schools that already start after 9 and to possibly try to at least keep their current start time. And I don't think that that's an unreasonable request. You're talking about 18 schools in your total county that you could look at keeping, at least keep their current start times. You know, these parents have worked this out, but an additional 15 minutes is increasing, you know, before care, dealing, you're affecting medicated kids, your you know, lunch times and free breakfasts, you're affecting all of those things. And I know that you guys have been inundated with letters from parents saying, we don't want this shift. And I'm sure you've gotten a lot that said this is a great idea. But if you adapt, maybe take these 18 schools that already have a late start time and try to keep them at their current time. These letters may not be, you know, overcoming you with millions of them or whatever. I can only speak for Hillsmere right now. We had a 5-minute shift this past year. The year before that, they had a 5-minute shift, so you're talking 10 minutes in the past 2 years. You're doing a third year, we're having a 15-minute shift. By the time my kindergarten finishes elementary school, her start time is going to be at lunch. So, I mean, if this is the common trend we're going to have, how far along do we have to, you know, fight for this, that you have to have an appropriate time for elementary school kids? Please be more reasonable and appropriate about the start times, and not just for the elementary school kids, but for all the kids. Thank you.
Good morning. I am India Oaks, and I'm the parent of a first grader at Hillsmere Elementary School, as well as president of the Hillsmere PTA. I am here today to talk about the changes to school start and dismissal times, specifically when it comes to elementary schools, and especially in regard to Hillsmere. I promise to keep this to 3 minutes, but just to start, I think everyone in this room is in support of ensuring that high school students have the safest and most effective education. But if we truly believe that, we have to do so with all students in our schools in mind. And right now the upcoming school start times will be endangering the health, safety and welfare of our youngest students. Any parent knows there is a big difference between pre-adolescence and adolescence, and by moving elementary schools even later, we are limiting the learning ability of our youngest students, who not only more alert in the mornings, but are more prone to lose energy quickly in the afternoon. The later start times also impacts the health of kids who rely on free breakfast, or the many kids whose learning ability is impacted on the timing of their medication. It also places some kids in situations of walking home in the dusk or dark when buses do not drop them off until 4:45. This shift in times also puts Hillsmere at risk of losing some of our very best teachers, since they will have kids in other schools with late start times as well, and may not be able to make it to Hillsmere on time anymore. I also hope you have had a chance to read recent articles about the impact later school times had on elementary schools in Montgomery County the last 2 years, including some kids being so tired they fall asleep on the bus and miss their stops. And so I implore you as a board to be proactive in solving this problem once and for all, so we do not see the same issues as Montgomery County in 2 years. I also ask that you specifically include Hillsmere as one of the schools that needs immediate attention in changing its start times to best support the physical and intellectual needs of our kids. And finally, I just want to mention that I am not just a parent, but a product of our county schools, going to Hillsmere myself, and spending my high school years working in this very building on behalf of CRASC to support all our county students. So I know firsthand how valuable you are as a board, and why I keep advocating for what is best for Hillsmere, so that my son and all students will be exposed to the kind of teachers and opportunities in the safest environment that I was lucky enough to have 30 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any additional cards. Is there anyone else who would like to speak before the board at this time? Mrs. Birch?
I just wanted to say that Miss Oakes was involved with CRASC when I was back many years ago. So she's not quite as old as me, though.
All right, we'll move on to action items. Item 4.01, administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlato, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend that the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and or appointed.
Do we have a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Item 4.01 passed 900. Item 4.02 personnel. Dr. Arlato, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
So moved.
All those in favor? Motion passes 900. Item 4.03, sabbatical leave. Dr. Arlato, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend that the sabbatical leave requested be approved.
All those in favor? Motion passes 900. Item 4.04, the ratification of the negotiated agreement between the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County, otherwise known as SAAC. Dr. Arlato, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend the approval of the tentative agreement between the Board of Education and SAAC.
So moved. Second.
We have a short presentation.
Good morning. I'm pleased to announce that the negotiating teams for the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County have reached a tentative agreement for FY 2017. For the record, my name is Melissa Rawls, and I am the Director of Employee Relations and the Chief Negotiator for the Board. Please be advised today that there were countless changes to the negotiated agreement. In brief, the following terms were agreed upon by both parties. 1. All eligible Unit 4 employees will receive a one-step increase for FY 2017 effective July 1, 2016. All Unit 4 employees will receive a 1.2% COLA effective July 1st, 2016. The issue of prescription drug copay modifications will continue to be addressed. I would like to thank Mr. Bradley Darjan, the UNISERV Director and Chief Negotiator for SAAC, Helen Wilkerson, the SAAC President, and the negotiating team for their dedicated efforts during FY17 negotiations. In spite of the many challenges experienced during FY17 negotiations, the teams ultimately reached an agreement which supports SAAC members in their commitment to AACPS students, staff, and community. On January 17th, 2017, SAAC ratified this agreement. As such, I respectfully request your approval and ratification of the noted summary of changes.
Ms. Sasso.
Melissa, I have a question. Can you explain to us how this unit SAAC is getting a step and a COLA when other bargaining units only receive the step from?
Yes, so the approved FY17 budget allocated funding for a step increase or the equivalent of a step as required by the respective negotiated agreements. Similar to the other bargaining units, SAAC chose to redistribute the designated funding so that all Unit 4 employees could receive a salary enhancement. So in essence, the board did not provide additional funds for SAAC so that this step and 1.2% COLA occurred. They were able to utilize the funding available to provide this enhancement for their employees.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any public comments on this item? All those in favor? Motion passes 900. Item 4.05, terms of employment for Unit 5F and 6 employees for fiscal year 2017. Dr. Arlato, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of the terms of employment for Unit 5F and Unit 6 employees for fiscal year 2017.
Second.
And another short presentation?
Yes. Again, my name is Melissa Rawls, and I am the Director of Employee Relations. The terms of employment for Units 5F and Unit 6 employees for FY 2017 are as follows. There will be a 2% COLA granted to all Unit 5F and Unit 6 employees, which will be effective July 1, 2016. Additionally, no performance pay will be awarded to staff. Thank you.
I don't have any board questions or comments. Is there any public comment on this item? All those in favor? Motion passes 900. Thank you. Item 4.06 is the superintendent's recommendation on redistricting Broadneck and Cape St. Clair elementary schools. Dr. Arlato, your recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. As we've discussed in the past, through the committee's work, I'm recommending the committee's option B for school year 2017-2018.
Do I have a motion? And we have a presentation.
For the record, Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer.
Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities.
And Larry Albert, Supervisor of Planning, Design, and Construction.
And thank you for the opportunity to bring item 4.06 before you this morning. It is an action item. So let me explain briefly as it relates to the superintendent's proposal for redistricting from Broadneck Elementary School to Cape St. Clair. Pursuant to policy JAA and their accompanying regulation, the board must, by the end of January, take action on the superintendent's recommendation and any other recommendations that they deem so fit to bring forward to a series of public briefings and public hearings on the matter. So that's the action item. And I want to elaborate that the board's vote tonight, obviously, or this morning, does not in fact align with the action that you ultimately have to take no later than April. So the action today is to move the recommendations forward to a hearing process. Ultimately, by state law, the board must, by the end of April, take affirmative action to undertake any redistricting activities should they wish them to become effective the following August. So for the members of the board and the members of the public, I wanted to just disaggregate today's action from that ultimately may occur in April. With that, we're prepared to undertake or answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Granin.
If I recall, when this issue was first brought up at the public hearing last year, there were some data presented about natural demographic changes that were already taking place within these schools. Could you just remind us of what the effects of kind of the demographic trends are and how that would impact enrollment at the schools should, for example, the board decide today not to go forward with any public hearings and not to undertake any consideration of redistricting?
Certainly. So by way of background, and I'm referring to a chart that's on page 3 of your exhibit, Broadneck Elementary School has a state rated capacity of 717 students, and Cape St. Clair Elementary School has a state rated capacity of 800. As it exists today, based on their September 30th enrollments, Broadneck Elementary School was oversubscribed with 827 students, and Cape St. Clair was under-enrolled with 592 students at it. Running the percentages then, Broadneck Elementary School is operating at about 115.3% capacity, with Cape St. Clair operating at a 74% rate of its rated capacity. Moving that forward out into 2020, as you'll see from the chart, if no actions are undertaken, the student enrollment at both Broadneck and at Cape St. Clair will decline modestly, but not enough to alleviate the over-enrollment condition. So Broadneck Elementary School would decline from 115.3% utilization down to 108.6% utilization in the projected scenario, and Cape St. Clair would decline from 84.0% utilization down to a 71.8% utilization. I'm on page 3 of the committee's report that was presented to the superintendent. There's a table at the bottom there. Yes, sir.
So then the answer is the demographic trend is downward for both of them.
Yes, sir. It's modestly downward for both of them. That's correct. And of course, that's taking into account today's, general development plan, taking into account the projects that have been approved to progress in that area, et cetera. So, over the course of the next X number of years, there obviously can be land use activities, or could be different patterns of in-migration, out-migration that differ from today. This is essentially taking into account of the knowns that we have at the time that these projections are run.
Thank you.
Ms. Sasso.
Of the knowns that you have on, let's say, construction in the area, which area is more likely to have the land to be developed? The St. Clair area or the Broadneck area? Do you have any idea?
The Broadneck area.
So Broadneck would increase in students?
It could. Again, the potential for development exists really in two different forms. One is infill lots. So the county, countywide, is replete with individual lots that are in fact buildable by right. They've been permitted at some prior point in time, and the landowners do have the ability to do that. That's one sort of development activity on the micro scale. And then there's a second development activity which really is looking at subdivision potential, which in Anne Arundel County really begins to apply at something that's 5 lots or greater, is sort of the cut point between individual development and then subdivision activities.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I could just turn for a moment to the current and projected underutilization for Cape St. Clair. Within the superintendent's current proposed budget, would there be funding, if the superintendent elects to do so, in the case of Cape St. Clair, to start an early education center at that school?
So the superintendent's recommended budget that's before you contains a number of staffing positions, both in the regular ed arena and the special ed arena, et cetera. So that opportunity does exist should the budget be funded ultimately by the fiscal authority, which is upon the recommendation of the county executive and final actions of the county council. But that would essentially create the opportunity for the superintendent and his staff to make those programmatic and staffing adjustments.
And then as follow-up to that, again, examining the underutilization at Cape St. Clair, would it be possible if we were to segment secondary Phoenix from elementary Phoenix, to have elementary Phoenix coexist with an early education center at Cape St. Clair?
again, from our perspective, we absolutely believe that that is feasible, and the budget that's been recommended by the superintendent would create the avenue or that opportunity should you and your colleagues and the superintendent wish to move in that direction.
Thank you.
Ms. Sasso.
Yeah, I also have a question. What would be the bus needs? How many buses would be needed to basically redistrict?
Well, there is no net additional buses. So in the superintendent's recommendation, it would be the repurposing of one existing bus, and the bus simply would, in lieu of going to Broadneck Elementary School, it will be repurposed to go to Cape St. Clair in the superintendent's. But there is no additional bus routes or bus contracts that would have to be let to support the activity.
Okay.
Mrs. Hummer.
So at our previous meeting about this, and then we've also received an email from someone on the committee to clarify that the initial reading that we have in the packet we received from the committee, it read like option B was approved unanimously by the committee. The clarification we have received back from them was they unanimously agreed to add it as another option, but it was not unanimously their first choice.
That absolutely is correct. Right. They unanimously voted to put it forward as a viable option / plan, but that was not a vote at all to endorse it as their preferential option. The committee voted, in fact, the recommendation was to take no action, thus not redistricting any students. That is the vote that prevailed into committee level.
And that was unanimous as well.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any additional board comments. I have 2 public comments on this item. Kim Finazzo and Jennifer Judge.
Hi, I'm Kim Finazzo, Broadneck Elementary, Deep Creek Village. Good morning, Happy New Year, and thank you for listening to me again today. I spoke before the end of the year. I do have copies for everybody after I speak. Today I just want to continue to provide statistics. That's where I left off last time. I have all the sources documented that you'll see with the copies I provide. Option A projects a 7% decrease if we do nothing but keeps the school closed. Option B projects a decrease as well, but opens the school in 2020 with a capacity of 99%. Option B does not solve the overcrowding. At just under 100%, the school would be over capacity in no time, and the disruption of moving a few kids wouldn't have solved anything. Anne Arundel County Schools project 2 kids for every 10 homes. A 100-home community could be 20-plus kids. As we speak, there's about 11 homes being built at the end of Shore Acres. While the projection would be 2 kids following Anne Arundel County Public School guidelines, it could certainly be more if every home buyer has a child. I have additional statistics from the Census Bureau to demonstrate why there is no gain from disrupting the lives of 69 kids at this time. The 3 affected communities are a combination of 21012 and 21409. I think we'd all agree that Anne Arundel County is booming. Anne Arundel County is ranked 4th out of the 23 counties in population, only behind Baltimore, PG, and Montgomery County. Just a few Anne Arundel County census trends. 1990 population 427,239, 2000 489,656, 2010 537,654, 2020 projected 556,100, 2030 projected 572,801. The Arnold population 21012 is 13.6 square miles. 2010 census shows a population of 23,106 with a density of 2,136 per square mile. 2015 census housing info shows 8,766 housing units. Of them, 1,269 are renters. That's 15% are renters. Cape population 21409. It's 2.5 square miles. 2010 census shows a population of 8,747 with a density of 4,366 per square mile. 2015 census housing info shows 3,315 housing units. Of them, 550 are renters. That's 17.2% are renters. Moving a few kids from Broadneck to Cape is not going to solve the overcrowding issue on the Broadneck Peninsula, and certainly not Broadneck Elementary. The numbers and percentages that census can provide on population, housing, education, and demographics are endless, but they all show continued growth in the Arnold-Cape area. I have both all the sources that I received all of my statistics from, as well as a map that was provided at a county council meeting on January 3rd. I was not in attendance of that meeting, but it is publicly accessible. And that map shows in Anne Arundel County areas where development is discouraged and areas where development is encouraged. Arnold is one of those locations where development is being encouraged. So as we move kids out, developers will be moving kids in. I have copies if I'm not quite sure where to provide those. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Judge. I'm a parent of 2 children at Broadneck Elementary School. We live within the Belle Reve Loop, but I was also the committee chair of the Broadneck and Cape St. Clair redistricting committee. I was not able to attend the meeting that you all had on December 7th, as my son had a function at school that I felt kind of trumped being here. But I did have a chance to go and watch the video of the school board meeting, and I wanted to make sure that I addressed this. I did send an email to the school board members as I felt at one point the words and the work that the committee and myself had put in was a little bit misconstrued and a little bit misrepresented. The proposal that the committee submitted to Dr. Arlotto and then to you, the school board, was correct with regards to the work that was done by the committee. As a committee, we came up with 4 options for redistricting. 3 of those options were completely rejected and did not even appear in the proposal or the recommendation that the committee presented to Dr. Arlotto. The remaining 4 options were the ones that the committee felt were the strongest options. From there, we essentially ranked those options in chronological or in order that we felt were the strongest and the best options. Based off, and this was all based off of the criteria that the committee ourselves established, which was trying to look between 75 and 100 students to redistrict. However, and so option B actually is a reasonable one. It just was not the committee's favorite choice. It was not our top choice. However, option A, which was our top choice, is the most logical one for the Broadneck Peninsula as it continues to expand. If we step back and look at the Broadneck school system as a whole, Arnold is at 84% utilization and is rebuilding to accommodate the needs of their students, and will also have students from the peninsula that are currently going to West Annapolis Elementary. Windsor Farm is close with being over their 80% utilization. Cape St. Clair, yes, is grotesquely under their utilization. Both Broadneck at 115.6% and Belvedere at 105% are both over capacity, each school with 3 different portable classrooms outside. If you look at the map of the entire peninsula, there are several areas that do not make logical sense with regards to the boundaries, which was part of the requirements that we had as a committee, that the redistricting had to make sense when you looked at it. If you look at half of East College Parkway, which goes down towards Sandy Point State Park, that is a checkerboard between Windsor Farm and Cape St. Clair Elementary. Being able to go and unify that would be a better option. Neighborhoods down Greenberry Point are the ones that currently go to West Annapolis Elementary, but will be attending Arnold once the new school is built. As we continue to grow, we need to look at the big picture and try not to use a Band-Aid for this issue. The school board should vote in favor of option A, move the pre-K program to Cape St. Clair Elementary, relieve some of the overcrowding at Belvedere for the 2017-18 school year. Then, prior to the completion of Arnold Elementary, complete the redistricting of all 5 elementary schools. Why disrupt children now when honestly we are delaying the inevitable? Please consider voting for option A.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Burrows, and I'm a Broadneck Elementary School parent. And my neighbors did a great job of what I was planning on doing as well. But I just wanted to bring up Two other points in support of option A, which is no change. So the option B that is up for vote today moves 69 of the 827 kids that are currently at Broadneck Elementary School, which is 8% of the current BES population. That represents 2 kids per classroom. There's 34 classroom teachers there. And at the same time, option B would move 15 of 59 African American students out of Broadneck Elementary School, which is 22% of the current African American population. So you're talking about moving 8% of the kids, but 22% of the African American population, which greatly changes the diversity of Broadneck Elementary School. And one of the other committee members who is African American expressed a lot of concern about this at the very first committee meeting on September 27th. So thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the board on this issue? All right, just to clarify, we are not voting to redistrict a school today. We're voting to take an option to public hearing. So we have a motion and a second for the superintendent's recommendation to take option B to public hearing. Do I? Oh. All those in favor? To take option B to public hearing. All right, motion fails. 5-4. Mrs. Hummer.
I would like to make a motion to take options A and D to public hearing.
I second.
All right, so taking option A and option D to public hearing. D as in dog.
I make a motion to take option A. 2 separate motions.
Do we have to take option A to public hearing if that means do nothing? Right. That's not really an option for a public hearing.
Okay. Then I make a motion to take option D to public hearing.
And you seconded?
Option D is the option to
Option D is the second choice of the parent committee. The parent committee's first choice was no redistricting. Option D option D and C the committee was split on that, and it is just another possibility.
Option D is by zip code. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you again, Madam President. I guess this is just a clarification question, and I had before that vote, I wanted to come back to my days in the House of Delegates when we would say, "Can we explain our vote?" I was going to try to do that, but and as part of that, I really wanted to extend a heartfelt thank you to Mr. Shaknovich. As we were deliberating some of this, we had an early morning, I guess it was about 2 weeks ago now, that Mr. Shaknovich took Mrs. Hummer and me on a trip to see some of the impact, and it happened during the morning hours when buses were in motion, so we could see what the bus route change would be. So I really do appreciate that. Having said that, I still have some concerns, and as I'm looking at option D now, I guess it's just a clarification question. Based on the bus routes that we saw, it would now look like 603 would need to cross the street. They would not be on the left side, I'm sorry, on the right side for easy bus access, if I'm not mistaken. And I was just going to ask that clarification question. Would that disrupt or I should say, maybe ask, would it make it more logistically complicated for the buses?
Again, Alex Shaknovich for the record. So you're right, option D would entail 2 buses being utilized to facilitate that. The first bus would continue along the same path as we had discussed earlier, taking section 605 and 606 along the outside loop and then making the right-hand turn on Dorado and then the left-hand turn on Bay Green to ultimately arrive at the traffic light at Baydale. But now we would have a second bus that would go in the opposite direction, picking up the youngsters and section 603 as well. So it does complicate things to the extent that we always prefer to pick up students on the passenger side or right-hand side door of the bus. It's the safest mechanism where it's available and eliminates the need of having students cross buses again. That's the cross the road. That's the desired state of many of our bus planning routing activities.
Right. Thank you for that. Just then, as a follow-up comment, I'm still going to vote in opposition to option D, at least to move forward to public hearing. And again, aside from some of the logistical concerns here, I really do think that within the budget workshop last night, we had some discussion, and then just hearing some of the earlier questions, I do think there are other options for Cape St. Clair and the underutilization there. I just would hate to see the smoke and mirror aspect of moving to public hearing only then to not do anything, and I don't want to waste the public's time. I think it would be clear if we did go to public hearing with option D, same as it would have been with the prior option, that there would be a large outcry of opposition, probably exponentially greater than what we've seen in the past couple of meetings here. So I do think we've got some other options for Cape St. Clair Elementary to fill that excess space and do it in such a way that's going to benefit not just the community, but the larger school system as a whole. As it relates to Broadneck Elementary, I'm looking at the decline, and the short answer is yes. The school will still be over capacity in the next 5 or so years, but those numbers are dwindling, and I think that decline is putting us in a position that I'll use a quote that I had last time, and I really think the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Now, one of the members of the public who just spoke had referenced the need for what will likely be a larger redistricting effort to occur at another time, and I really do think that is the best avenue for this board to pursue when we're ready to do that as part of a broader, potentially even a greater countywide comprehensive redistricting effort. I want to say something else that I probably shouldn't, but I will. And, it's the elephant in the room. No political pun intended. But the proverbial winds are shifting based on, the potential 3 or 4 bills that are going to emerge in the General Assembly this session. And I don't know what ultimately is going to happen relative to this becoming an elected board. I don't know that it will happen this year, but I think it's going to happen. And of the bills that are being considered, I've just, the little whispers I've heard from members of the delegation in both parties, there's general consensus that the bill that will emerge is going to put this board as an elected board into councilmanic districts. And I'm going to be very transparent. I've never, hid from transparency, and I will be transparent about this statement. I live in the 5th councilmanic district. And if I were to seek a term on this board as an elected member, this would be my district as part of the 5th councilmanic district. And I believe that's one of the changes that's going to occur as this body shifts inevitably from an appointed body to a body that's elected and representative of council districts. And as I did when I was in the legislature, I put my district first. Now, yes, some would say there are countywide implications that I need to consider. And I can tell you, when I was in the House, when I sat on the Ways and Means Committee, whatever I was doing, I knew that there were statewide implications to what I was deciding, but I always put Anne Arundel County first. And at that time, I put my legislative district first. To that end, I still, if I am back, and certainly if I decide to run for a second term, I will always put the best interest of this county first. But there's always going to be a special place in my heart for the district that I represent. And this is that district. So for that reason, and for the other reasons that I expressed earlier, I am going to vote no today to proceed forward to public hearing because I think inevitably that's the right thing to do based on the other options that are available for Cape St. Clair at this time. Thank you.
Mrs. Birch.
Thank you. I think at the last meeting we had some more numbers that went further out, and the decline at Broadneck definitely leveled off and may have even gone back up a little bit in the out years. It was not a continuous decline after 2020, if I remember correctly from those numbers.
Right. So looking out, if you were to carry the projections forward, and the question Mr. Grannon had earlier was out to the 2020 time frame at the request of the board. We extended those projections out to 2025. And so at the end of the 2020 time frame, Broadneck would be at 108.6%, which references that steeper rate of decline. Right. But as you indicated, it would level out. So by 2025, it would have only declined from 108.6 to 107.0, so a very modest 1.8. Right. So it does absolutely level out. And again, that's predicated on today's legislatively approved growth and development patterns.
Right, right. And, you know, I know that there was discussion earlier about statistics of growth and things like that, and that if we redistrict, and we are not in charge of growth and development, sometimes when we redistrict, growth can happen sooner than it might otherwise, but growth will happen regardless of whether we redistrict, because if a school is not open, that doesn't mean houses can't be built. Houses will eventually be built whether we redistrict or not. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. So under the county's current adequate public facility ordinance, the longest period of time that a property owner / developer could be forestalled from developing their property would be a maximum length of 6 years. So if capacity opens up, if a capacity is open today, they can essentially immediately proceed. If any time during time 0 through 6 capacity opens up, they can come off the waiting list and proceed. But ultimately, at the conclusion of year 6, even if capacity doesn't exist, in fact, even if the situation is far worse than it is today, they can simply proceed, because that is the maximum holding period permissible under county law.
Right, because of federal rulings on takings, that you can't take away a property owner's right to develop if that's what's allowed under the general development plan of the county.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so so the discussion of increased development, then that'll happen regardless of whether we redistrict or not, and yet the school will still be substantially over capacity, causing, now I know that it was said that there wouldn't be much impact on class size, but aren't there other factors that overcapacity has on a school, say on restrooms and cafeteria and things like that?
Sure. So we call that core spaces, which are those support spaces, like the library / media center, the gymnasium, the cafeteria. Parking is always certainly an issue. But simply just being able to have that number of students rotate through, for example, either instrumental or choral music, because there's typically only a space dedicated to each of those, but you've got a far larger number of students that have to still have access to those specials, as I call them. So it creates pressure on the core areas, and it creates scheduling and logistical issues for the principal to handle in their sort of management of the facility in terms of that classroom rotational basis.
And then even like the guidance counselor obviously has a much larger caseload at a school like Broadneck than at a school like Cape St. Clair, because there's just one guidance counselor, I'm assuming, at each of those schools.
I don't know if that to be the fact, but if there was only one, then the answer would clearly
I
be
mean, I don't
yes.
know of any elementary schools that have 2 guidance counselors at this point, so. Oh, could have less, so, okay. So then that would be even more, okay. So, I mean, I just want to bring up some of the issues that hadn't been brought up of the problems with having an overcrowded school that perhaps parents don't always see, that are still very real to the system, and that could be part of the reason why the superintendent has said that this is an important thing to do. Not everything, not all the stresses on administration and teachers are visible to everyone. That doesn't make them not real. And I think that not sending anything to a public hearing does a disservice to our students. I will be voting for this option and any other option that comes up because I think that we only benefit from having more options go to public hearing so that they can be fully discussed at public hearing. Because if we send nothing, we can make no decision. And I think that that is unwise, to not have any options to provide relief for this school. So I will be voting for this.
Ms. Sasso?
I want to make a statement that my choice is option A. And the reason why I look at option A is because I believe in long-range planning and not solving a present problem. And if we look at basically what is happening in that peninsula, and if we look at option D, which is basically 2 additional buses when we have an issue right now of starting school late, and we need buses for starting school late, I think we are just dismissing a long-range planning of an entire school system to just solve one micro problem. And it's not that we are solving the problem of Broadneck and St. Clair, because within years with the land development, it's going to be the same. So maybe what we need is basically the pre-K programs to move. Maybe what we need is to really look at a new elementary school for the whole area. But just to shift people back and forth does not solve a long-range planning. So to me, as a board member, we should look at a 3 or a 5-year long-range planning for this board, and not what we want to do for 2016, 17, 17 to 18, because basically we are just compounding the problems. And I personally, in my business, work under the 3 Ps, which is proper prior planning and not just solving an immediate problem.
Mrs. Nally?
I fully appreciate Mrs. Burge's remarks. As a former principal, at one point in Davidsonville Elementary, I had 7 portables, and it was during some huge crisis times. So I understand the pressures. However, I was also an assistant principal at Broadneck. I will be voting for option A because I really believe. I really believe that I didn't hear one thing. I have not heard one parent or had one email that speaks to parents complaining about the scheduling, the bathrooms. I just haven't heard it, and I haven't. And I've listened, and I've talked in my neighborhood, and I've talked in the Broadneck community, and I've just not heard those. The concerns I've heard, the diversity concern is big to me. I was an AP at Broadneck. I know exactly what she's talking about, that it will change the Broadneck population. And I also appreciate what Mr. Gilliland said. I think we have some real needs in that area that could be addressed by utilizing Cape St. Clair space. I really do. And so for that reason, I'm going to vote for option A.
Mr. Grannon?
Yeah, I'll just state briefly that I have no intention or appetite of voting for redistricting between Broad Neck and Cape St. Clair. I think I'm the fourth board member today to basically say that. I suspect there's at least a fifth that holds that view. And for the reasons more eloquently stated by Mr. Gilliland, I actually think it would be doing a disservice to the public to take options forward that there's really no appetite for considering, and would actually distract from the consideration of other alternatives for utilizing space at Cape St. Clair that would be better and just more appealing to a majority of the board. So I'm going to be voting that I'm not even voting for any option. I'm going to be voting that we take nothing to hearing.
Dr. Arlato.
Excuse me, if I could jump in real quick. There have been now several comments that I think we need to address, both from the board and from the public. Redistricting and the suggestions for redistricting, having the committee do all this wonderful work that they did, was not to how can we better occupy the space at Cape St. Clair. It was how can we alleviate the overcrowding at Broad Neck, right? So I've heard some options about what else we could do at Cape St. Clair, and we certainly there are options possibly of early childhood or other programs, but that's not the point of redistricting. It's not what can we do with that 30% extra space that is there and underutilized. It's what can we do for the school at, and you know what an overcrowded school is like, Mrs. Nally, at Broad Neck Elementary. So I just want to make sure that we're clear that the purpose is not to how can we deliver services or do something different at Cape St. Clair. It's what can we do for Broad Neck Elementary. And we do, in fact, have an obligation before we talk about additions and more portable classrooms, learning cottages, if you will, or building another elementary school out in that part of the Cape. Before we can consider any of that, we, myself included, and this board are obligated to think about redistricting, because it's something the state is going to take into account. We will not get funding if they can see that there is an adjoining school that has open space and we've not redistricted. So I don't know that and we in fact do have a 10-year CIP. We have a long-range plan for our buildings. And that is in place and it is moving forward, but we do in fact have a long-range strategic plan for our facilities. Thank you.
Mrs. Hummer.
Several things that I want to address. I think it's wonderful that that we haven't heard from any parents at Broad Neck complaining about the overcrowding or things there. That to me says that staff and administration is doing a wonderful job of serving their kids. Just because the parents do not see it does not mean that the staff is not feeling it. When you have multiple portables and the logistics of managing that many children, it is a stress on your staff, whichever way you want to look at it. And it's great that they are not showing it, but it does impact the ability of staffs to do things. So I think that is something that we have to take into account. As in for addressing these small things, in many ways I feel our county has done a disservice to our people by not at least looking at redistricting more often. Because we don't do it, unlike counties who are near us who redistrict every year, we're not used to it. And it is a bit more traumatic when it comes out. And it's disconcerting for people. But it is a reality that we are required by the state and as our fiduciary duty to make sure that we are using our facilities in the right way and to not address things. This is a small issue. This is 2 schools. It's a huge impact on those communities, and I'm not trying to downplay that at all. But this is small in the grand scheme of our school system. And we, in a couple of years, are looking at massive redistricting when it comes time for Crofton High School to open. That is going to impact a huge portion of the county. And if we think we've heard some outcry now, that is nothing to what we're going to hear when that comes about, as that impacts multiple clusters going on. And if we cannot move forward and on something like this with 2 schools, I'll have to say I'm apprehensive about what we will be able to do as a board when it comes to redistricting at that time. In regards to Mr. Gilliland's comments, while I fully appreciate his transparency in that, I also take issue to that because we are not an elected board right now, and we're not beholden to our districts. And to me, that's one of the great risks of having an elected board, is that we would do things, or we would put undue consideration simply on the votes of a particular area for us for an election rather than what is the best for the whole school system. Right now, we are not an elected board. We are appointed to represent and to do the best for the students of all of Anne Arundel County across the board, regardless of where we live or what we do. And I think we have to keep that in mind. And I'm not saying that has that influence, but I think we all have to be very careful of that, not to look at it at just our neighborhood or how we would feel if that was our house, but what is the best for the school district as a whole.
Mr. Gilliland?
You know, first, I don't even want to go there because I think I said it as well as I could have the first time. And that is when the dynamics of a board change, and this is an issue the General Assembly needs to consider. The 9 of us don't vote on elected versus not elected anymore. So that's their thing to figure out. I have not once given them Republican, Democrat, for, against. I have not, since I left the legislature, I have never once told any of them how they should vote. And I've been quiet even as this board has gone to the State House to testify. I intentionally have not been there, whether a delegation meeting, Ways and Means Committee, wherever, because I think it's just it's something that I have to live with, and that is that I want to respect their roles, and I don't want to be there as a former legislator, because in that building I'm seen in that light, not necessarily as a board member here. I'm still seen as a former legislator. And for that reason, I want to be respectful to them so that I'm not there telling them what's right, what's wrong vis-a-vis an elected Board of Ed. But still, I come back to if we are going to change, we have to look out for our districts. We have to look out for the people who send us. We have to look out for the people we represent. In essence, our constituents. Now, Mrs. Hummer, you are absolutely right. We are not elected yet. But I still represent a district there, and that district still has now I should say, that district has a special place in my heart, and I believe in putting that district first. So even though we do represent a district, I think it's disingenuous to say that we would put the county second. You know, it's a balancing act that has to be done. Anybody that's been in elected office, political office, you name it, it's a balancing act you have to play. And I'll just say it's going, and I know we're getting off topic a little bit here, but you know, this is the nature of the beast. It's going to be uncomfortable. Whether any of us here who are appointed decide to run and serve as an elected member, it's going to be, there will be some awkward moments, there will be some discomfort as we adjust. And, you know, again, I don't want to get into elected versus appointed, but, you know, we've seen some of our counterparts in other counties in disarray. And I hope that doesn't happen here because, you know, if we look at certain other counties, we certainly know some of them are not role models for us. And that's a balancing act we're going to have to work out. But to that end, I want to just make a second comment. And it's really on something else that Mrs. Hummer said, but then also something that Dr. Arlotto said. And yes, redistricting is not about what we're going to do with the excess space at Cape St. Clair and what those other options are. I think we've got some great options to pursue, and I hope this board, you know, in collaboration with Dr. Arlotto and his great staff can do that. But, you know, yeah, Broadneck is over capacity. What I don't like is shifting and then having to do it again. Now, I was on this board in Miss Williams' seat in 1994, 1995, and unless somebody else knows and can tell me this, We did comprehensive redistricting, countywide redistricting that year. I sat through probably 8 public hearings in January and February of 1995 when we did this. We were all over the county at that point. I don't believe that's been done since, unless anybody knows different. And I'm sorry if I don't know if it happened, in the last 22 years. But it happened in 1994, 1995, and it was huge. It was, I shouldn't say that word anymore. It was a huge undertaking that this board had to take. It was painful, it was arduous, and yet I do think it was the right way to do it because it was comprehensive, it was countywide. What I don't like doing is nickel and diming the residents of this county, putting them through the strain and the emotions that we're seeing from one community here, only then to come back and say we're going to do it again. That's wrong. So if we're going to do redistricting, let's do it. I know we've got, the clock's ticking on Crofton, and we've got to wait for some of that to transpire. But I think that's the right time to look at this with a macro view rather than nickel and diming neighborhoods and communities and putting people under stress. Let's resolve it then. Thank you.
Mr. Grannon?
Yeah, I'll just say briefly that I agree completely with what Mr. Gilliland is saying. I actually, I don't feel conflicted at all about how I would carry out my duties on this board, whether I were elected or appointed. I actually don't think it would make a difference to me personally at all. I'm just speaking personally. And these schools are not in my district, but for the very reasons that he was just addressing, because we know that there are going to be widespread redistricting implications from Crofton opening, is all the more reason to be, erring on the side of caution about looking at redistricting determinations ahead of that. And that's what's foremost in my mind. And the idea of sending, students from one family to one school only to send them to another school a couple of years later, to me, is something that is impactful no matter where that family lives, whether they're in your district or not. It's not something that I would want for my children, so I can't in good conscience say that I would impose that on any other family.
I just have a question and a couple of comments. If we were to bring Elementary Phoenix or a program like that to Cape St. Clair, my understanding was that it would still not fill the space, that there was room to do option B or D or C and then also move a program. Is that correct?
That's correct. You're talking about with an early childhood program or even moving, it's been mentioned, the Phoenix Elementary program, we're talking maybe 20 students. So maybe 2 classrooms tops. So no, there's still space to do redistricting and add early childhood programs.
Okay. I totally understand this county and this board are averse to redistricting. It's been clear in my 5 years on the board, 4.5 years, that that's the case. It's unfortunate that we're here today after the committee has done all this work, and also the fact that we have another committee that's at work on the Annapolis Peninsula. If we were looking at doing comprehensive redistricting of the entire county or the cluster of Broadneck, that should have been brought up at the time before we formed a committee. That's my opinion on that. I also believe that we have a responsibility to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars that went into building these facilities. And to leave one overcrowded and another one partially vacant is just plain irresponsible. I don't know about the rest of the board, but I've personally heard pretty much 100% from a group of vocal parents from Deep Creek Village. I was really hoping we could bring an option to public hearing so that I could hear from the rest of the folks who are affected by this. It frustrates me and it saddens me, quite frankly, that I continue to get emails from parents that say, we don't want to go to school in Cape St. Clair. These people are your neighbors. And it's a school that is nearly identical in test scores and results, and it's right down the street. I was there, I toured the area as well, and I put on my Waze app and I said, send me to Broadneck, send me to Cape St. Clair, and they were equidistant apart from the neighborhood that I sat in. These people are our neighbors, and we have to stop this in Anne Arundel County. We have to stop saying we don't want to be with the other. And that's all I have to say. So we have your motion on the table for option D. is there anyone in the audience who would like to comment on Julie's motion to bring option D to public hearing? Okay, all those in favor of bringing option D to public hearing? All those opposed? Motion fails 5-4. Item 4.07 is the Maryland Hall Stormwater Management Agreement. This is an information to action item. Do I have a motion to move this from information to action? All those in favor? We now have an action item. Dr. Arlato, your recommendation.
Wait, there's some puzzled faces in the audience. Could you just briefly explain the implication of the vote that was taken?
Taking option B to public hearing was voted down, and taking option D to public hearing was voted down, so there won't be a public hearing.
So what does that mean? No change.
There's no change.
No redistricting.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of the Maryland Hall Stormwater Management Agreement.
Do we have any board questions or comments on this item? Ms. Sasso.
Could you explain it? I sit on the board of Maryland Hall, so I know what it is, but just.
Yes, ma'am. So for the record, Alex Checknova, Chief Operating Officer. As you know, we have a lease arrangement with Maryland Hall. The Board of Education owns the property. Maryland Hall is a tenant of ours. They are undergoing a rather extensive multi-year capital improvement program there at the property, both internal to the shell of the building as well as additions. It's the latter part of their capital improvement program that this applies to. So they are under design currently to put an addition and expansion onto the back side of Maryland Hall. As a result of that, they will be increasing the amount of impervious area, the area that's not subject to drainage, because they will have hard surfacing over that. As a result of that, with the environmental regulations that are in place, they have to create an engineered mechanism to be able to capture that excessive water runoff and treat both the quantity and the quality of that water runoff. The way you do that is by creating an engineered stormwater management facility. What this instrument essentially does is it governs the design, that the design of that stormwater management facility will comport with the applicable city and state and federal laws. It governs the construction of that stormwater management facility, that facility will be constructed properly and again in accordance with those laws. And then finally, it obligates the owner to maintain that facility and allows the City of Annapolis inspectors access to the property on a periodic basis as needed to ensure that not only was it initially constructed correctly, but then during the continued use of that stormwater management facility, that is being maintained, it's not degrading in any manner, and that it's functioning as it was intended. So this codifies those three elements, that the obligation is it's going to be designed correctly, installed correctly, and in the future maintained correctly, and the city inspectors have access to the property to independently verify those three elements.
Thank you, Alex.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any public comment on this item? All those in favor? Motion passes 9-0-0. Next, we have three policies that are up for first reading. Item 4.08, the Board Staff Assistant Code BBD. We have a presentation.
Good morning. I think it's still good morning. Jeanette Ortiz, for the record, Legislative and Policy Counsel. We have three policies on first reading today. The first policy is BBD, Board Staff Assistant, which I bring to you for first reading. This policy was last revised on August 18th, 2010. The updated policy provides guidance on the hiring of executive assistants, plural, to enable the board to operate in an efficient and responsive manner. The policy will be posted on our website for 30 days for public comment, and I can answer any questions you may have.
I just had a question. Why are we adding a plural executive assistants when we only have one executive assistant at this time?
So I have Jessica Kutches, Executive Director of Human Resources, who can better answer that question for you. Thank you.
Hi, for the record, Jessica Kutches, Executive Director of Human Resources. I'm sorry, I went into policy mode. Jeanette is your policy counsel. We made that change to this policy because there was an issue between the job descriptions and the 2 employees that work out of the board office. So just to have the allowance that you do have 2 staff members that work in that office, and if anything were to ever change, so the parenthesis S has the allowance for you to have 2 staff members. Previously, we had an issue as to who reported to who, and we wanted to align our job description with the policy.
Yeah, that was my question, because this says the board executive assistants, plural, report to the president of the board, and right now that's not the case. One executive assistant reports to the president, and then the secretary reports to the executive assistant.
Right, so in that chain of command, it still goes through the board. I don't know if we need to clarify that language in some way, but it's just the intent of the change was to clarify that the reporting structure is such that it goes through the board, not the superintendent, as all other staff in the building minus the auditing office reports to the superintendent.
Yeah, I think that was unclear to me, that it made it sound like the 2 staff members we have working in the board office would both be reporting to the president, and that's really not how, and they're both not called executive assistants either.
Right. Okay. So we can add clarifying language to. The intent though was essentially just to clean up the reporting structures as they exist to ensure that we're in alignment.
Okay. Mr. Green.
When you say clean up, is that reflected in the redlining in this document?
Yeah. So essentially, and I don't want to steal your thunder here, but do you want to speak to the?
Yeah, so the red line is the added language. What is in black is what's currently in policy. So all that you see redlined would be added language to the existing policy.
How does the proposed redlining influence the reporting structure? I don't see any of those changes as affecting the reporting structure at all.
So
I'm not exactly sure what you're adding, but essentially, as the policy states now, you have authority as a board to employ 1 executive assistant. The intent of the change was to provide an allowance for more assistants, mindful of what Ms. Korbelak just mentioned, that we probably maybe could be a little more explicit in that language. But essentially, you have a situation currently where you have 2 individuals working out of the board office, and we want to make it clear that the board does have the authority to do that, because as the policy states now, it's really silent on the other position.
Dr. Arlotto.
So if I could jump in and make a recommendation, why don't the board policy committee get together and decide on language? This is your policy. You tell us what language works best for you. We thought we were moving in that direction, so if you'd like the policy committee to get together and work on some language and submit that through Jeanette and the policy committee, I think that's the best way to go.
yes, and our next meeting is scheduled for the 25th, so I can make take a first stab at language and send it to you within the next 24 hours so that you can review it.
Well, what I think might work best is if we get the board policy committee to share the language with us instead of Janet, you crafting the language. I think I'd be more comfortable with the board telling us what language works best for them, and then we can help massage it and work it through the policy committee. If that's
that
okay
works.
with
That
you.
makes sense. Yes.
So I'd ask the policy committee, if that's okay, Madam President, to craft some language and submit that through us, that we can add that for consideration by the policy committee.
Okay, for the 25th. Okay. Item 4.09 is tutoring for pay policy GBO. Also an information item.
The Division of Human Resources and the Division of Curriculum and Instruction bring policy GBO, tutoring for pay, to for first reading. This policy was the last revised on November 7th, 1990. The updated policy provides guidance regarding educators who tutor students for compensation. The policy will be posted on our website for 30 days for public comment. We can answer any questions you may have.
So, where it says that educators shall avoid any conflicts of interest, it's already said that you can't tutor someone who goes to your own school, correct?
Yes.
So, just enlighten me as to what other conflicts of interest there could be, because I thought that was like the biggest one, like they're your student.
All right. Jessica Cutchess, Executive Director of Human Resources. There was a very robust discussion about this at the Policy Committee meeting, as our Policy Committee members can attest to. And essentially, the intent of that language was to address siblings and other unusual relationships that may occur, especially in our era of school choice, of choosing to go to magnet schools and different things. So principals have come to us with different sort of creative situations that have occurred, and we wanted to give them the latitude to be able to address that.
To say this one is not appropriate.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, okay. All right. That helps. Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this item?
I'd like to ask a question about tutoring. Pardon me. I'd like to ask a question about tutoring. If a parent feels that they need a tutor, how do they go about doing that?
Hi, thank you. Kathy Kubik, Office of School Performance. So there's a variety of people that tutor. Most often the parents call our TAC tutor pool, or they go through friends or colleagues that they know and get references. The
reason I'm asking the question is because I've gone to our county library and I found that there are a number of tutors there, along with some children, and I just wondered if they were if they were somehow supervised or had anything to do with the Anne Arundel County school system or not.
So I can tell you that a lot of tutors do like to meet at the county library. It's a nice public place, and that way sometimes they'll have a tutoring session from 4 to 5, 5 to 6, and so on, and parents come and go, and it's a nice supervised area.
But as I understand it, anyone can tutor if they want to, and you don't necessarily have to be provided information from the school system. Is that correct?
Those types of arrangements are from the parent to the tutor, and it's not involving Anne Arundel County Public Schools.
Thank you very much.
All right, item 4.10 is another first read, procedures for responding to Maryland Public Records Request Policy KI.
The Communications Office brings Policy KI, procedures for responding to Maryland Public Records requests, to you for first reading. This policy was last revised December 16th, 2009. The updated policy provides guidance regarding timely and lawful responses to public records requests. The policy will be posted on our website for 30 days for public comment, and we can answer any questions you may have.
I don't have any board questions. Do we have any public comment? All right, so those three policies will go on the internet for a 30-day comment period.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. The next three are policy revisions that are up for third reading or action. Item 4.11 is policy II for grading. Dr. Olato, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I recommend approval of policy II, subject to final correction for style and format.
So moved.
All right, we have a presentation on this one.
Yes, thank you. Again, Jeanette Ortiz for the record, Legislative and Policy Council. There were some questions from board members at our last board meeting, and I would just like to take the opportunity to answer those questions. Mr. Grannon requested that we provide information regarding our communications with Durham, North Carolina public school officials. And so we have spoken with personnel at Durham, North Carolina earlier this semester, and we followed up this week with another more thorough conversation with Durham's Director of Advanced Academics. Durham is in their first year where current seniors will have the opportunity to earn honors recognition through the Latin honors system as well as Val Sal honors. Durham shared that they have a similar philosophy philosophy to AACPS philosophy regarding the desire for students to have their achievements viewed against a standard of excellence. When students reach a recognized standard of excellence, then we as educational institutions should honor their hard work and successes. Similar to our situation, Durham decided to keep the Valsal honors recognition in place for their current juniors and seniors as they begin their journey into using the Latin honors recognitions. It is Durham's plan to watch and listen to their many stakeholders through this year and the next to see when it may be appropriate in the future to end the Valsal honors, allowing the Latin honor system to be the recognition system that will stay in place for years to come. Mr. Gilliland asked that we provide information on scholarships that request Valsal information. Most universities award both need and merit scholarships. Often the merit scholarships are based on high school GPA, and many include a combination of GPA and standardized test scores. In some instances, colleges and universities make additional merit awards to those students in the top 5% of their class, or those students who earned valedictorian or salutatorian status. Some of the scholarships that we identified were the University of South Carolina that offers $3,000 to valedictorians in a scholarship. Coker College offers a scholarship of $500. Valedictorians are eligible to apply for a scholarship for up to $20,000 at Lynchburg College, so it varied. We would like to make note that the students who earn the Summa Magna Cum Laude recognitions that we are proposing would be competitive in most universities' merit scholarship competitions. Ms. Hummer requested that we look at clarifying language concerning the unweighted GPA for Latin honors eligibility. We purposely decided to include the unweighted GPA of 3.4 for the cum laude designation, as this supports our belief that all students who are excelling, earning mostly A's and B's in their courses, even when those courses are at the standard and not honors or advanced level, they should be recognized and honored. Students in standard classes who earn mostly A's and B's can earn this designation, but they may struggle to earn a designation that requires a weighted GPA. That may be higher as the classes they take often do not carry the honors or advanced weighting. We are open to take any questions you may have.
Mr. Grannon?
I appreciate your looking into those and following up. I think obviously in the third reading we've had lots of opportunity for questions, so I'm going to make a comment, a motion. I move to amend section C7 of the proposed policy revision, and I'll let you all get that language, by striking the words, quote, through the 2017 through 2018 school year. And the effect of my proposed amendment would be to adopt the superintendent's excellent proposal to adopt a traditional three-tiered Latin honor system while also maintaining the traditional distinctions of valedictorian and salutatorian. This amendment is consistent with the large majority of public comments received that Latin honors are a good idea and will enable a broader swath of our hardest working students to be appropriately recognized for many of the reasons that you've addressed. The three-tiered Latin honors, that system also mirror the customs of most colleges. The public comments that we received also strongly supported maintaining valedictorian and salutatorian, however. Like the majority of public commenters, I don't believe we need to throw out the baby with the bathwater. We can have Latin honors and keep valedictorian and salutatorian. As you all have just answered in addressing the policy change made by Durham, North Carolina, another large school system just this year, they adopted Latin honors but kept valedictorian and salutatorian, presumably for reasons similar to the majority of public comments that we received during the 30-day period. We could easily also take a very similar watch and listen approach, maintain valedictorian and salutatorian, and revisit that issue however many years we need to in the future. I have two specific observations about why I think this amendment makes sense, and it's not just my personal feeling. First, if we abandon valedictorian and salutatorian, I believe we would be one of only 2 counties in the state to have done so, meaning that we will be sending 26 of our best and brightest graduates off to their academic and professional careers without a distinction they would otherwise carry for the rest of their lives, a distinction that would be read when they go off and become a superintendent of a school one day, or when they graduate from college, or when they retire from their job. These are things, badges of honor, of merit that people carry for their entire lives. By the way, I was neither valedictorian or salutatorian, so it's not like I'm personally vested in this badge for myself. But that is a distinction that their fellow students throughout Maryland in other counties will continue to receive, all but one other county. Second, abandoning valedictorian and salutatorian will not achieve the hoped-for reduction in so-called unhealthy competition. Numerical class rankings will remain discernible to students. So the students that have that personal drive to be number one will have every reason to continue in that goal, even under the proposed policy revision. Now, I've thought a lot about why the proposed revision seeks to maintain valedictorian and salutatorian for only one additional school year. What other purportedly unhealthy activity would we ever encourage students to engage in for just one more year? There's nothing. We wouldn't. There's nothing else unhealthy that we want our students doing for just one more year. The proposal to maintain valedictorian and salutatorian for another year implicitly recognizes that it would be entirely unfair to deprive our hardest working juniors of this opportunity for their senior year. What about the sophomores? What about the freshmen? What about all the students coming up behind them? Now, I'll close. I've made my views on this public. I did give a lot of thought to it, try to keep an open mind. I'll just close by saying that maintaining the numerical class rank as discernible to students defeats any logical argument for abandoning valedictorian and salutatorian. So for these reasons, I move, consistent with the majority of public comments that we received during the 30-day period, to maintain the traditional distinctions of valedictorian and salutatorian, so 26 of the best and brightest from Anne Arundel can continue receiving these hard-earned distinctions throughout their careers for the rest of their lives.
I second.
I think we're doing the recommendation right. We're debating the superintendent's recommendation right now. We would vote on that, and then we would vote on your amendment. Are you going to do an amendment? Okay. Okay. All right. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I had a possible amendment that I was going to offer, but if I may, just on Mr. Grannon's amendment, which is on maintaining the Val-Sal distinction then. For clarity, you referenced, and you know, first and foremost, thank you for the follow-up on those scholarships. The schools that you referenced, and again, not expecting you to know exact numbers, but you know, just yes, no. Have we had students go to the schools that you've referenced in major numbers? And where I'm going with this is, I was not aware then that Val-Sal did carry with it certain scholarships that our students now potentially would not be able to earn.
So what we saw, Mr. Gilliland, when we looked at this is, as Ms. Ortiz suggested, there are some scholarships out there that are for valedictorians and salutatorians. They range from very, very small additional amounts of money to sizable amounts of money. But what we overwhelmingly witnessed from our work is that colleges are giving merit scholarships, and those merit scholarships involve more than just being a Val-Sal. So even for the most selective scholarships, I'll bring one up. At the University of Southern California, the Presidential Scholarship there, the Regent Scholarship there, to the top 1 or 2% of the high school class, also has other components with it. So if you took into the top 1 or 2% of any of our classes, well, that would be the top 4 to 8 to 10 students. And so even many of the universities that are offering the large full ride scholarships that are still doing that, many of them have it down to the top 1 or 2%, or sometimes the top 5% of the class, along with a standardized test score and leadership opportunities. Things like, have you served as the president of your class, or are you an Eagle Scout, or various other things that we would recognize as a society as being worthy of consideration. And so overall, we're not necessarily seeing the Val-Sal come up and being a win or a loss for a student.
But in the schools that were referenced, it has been, it's a go, no-go on whether that student earns a scholarship, correct?
It wins a targeted scholarship, doesn't win. They have other scholarships that are merit offerings that a non-valedictorian or salutatorian may be able to compete for. But they have, in these few schools that we're talking about, they have acknowledged, well, the University of South Carolina is a good one. They offer many, many merit scholarships, and many of our students from Anne Arundel County actually attend there. They offer many different levels of merit scholarship, and then on top of that, they offer, if you are a valedictorian, you can earn another $3,000. Anybody would like to comment on that?
Thank you. I think that's helpful information that potentially changes where I was positioned on this.
Mrs. Hummer?
So, actually, since the last meeting, I had learned that it's not just one other county in the state. So Montgomery County, Howard County, and Wicomico do not have Val-Sal. Is that correct? And nor do they have class rank. Is that correct?
So what we've been able to ascertain is Montgomery County, long-standing, has gone away from it. Wicomico 10 years ago moved away from Val-Sal. Howard County recently moved in that direction. Their website and their actual staff don't actually, for us, I don't want to comment too heavily on Howard County because we're not actually in alignment with understanding totally what Howard County is doing right at the moment.
Okay. Tyson.
Madam President, I apologize for interrupting. Tyson Bennett, for the record, Board Counsel. What you should be doing at this point is accepting board comments and questions of the witnesses, if necessary, on the motion only. Okay. The motion for the amendment only, not the main motion.
We're talking about the amendment.
The motion is.
I just wanted to clarify for all the board members that the discussion at this point should be about the motion and not about the amendment, not about the main motion.
Okay.
Whether or not to strike through the 2017-18 school year.
That's
It's, so, but.
And that motion's been seconded.
But if there's things that were brought up, as Mr. Grannis spoke about his motion, we can ask questions about those things as we go toward making our decision on this.
Of course you can. That are all mixed up together. I understand that. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was on the same page.
Okay, thank you. Also, I do want to say that while we did receive public comment that was overwhelmingly for Latin honors, there were some that were for keeping Val-Sal, but that was 50 some odd comments out of 81,000 students that we have, so it wasn't necessarily representative of the entire county. It's a segment of the county. We've also reached out to a number of our parent and student groups and received their feedback, and they were in support of discontinuing Val-Sal. Am I correct with that? So that was additional public comment that we have also received to have that. I'm in agreement with Mr. Grannon that maintaining class rank while doing away with Val-Sal kind of defeats the purpose. That it's you're not eliminating, if they can still get their class rank, the added pressure of trying to be number one would be there. I would, as an additional amendment after we vote on this one, I would say that we would eliminate class rank altogether. If we're going to make this move, that we move all the way toward it. That Montgomery County no longer has class rank. Howard County, we're not certain on. Fairfax County no longer has class rank. Fairfax and Montgomery County are normally listed as some of the top school systems in the country. I feel certain that then Fairfax County is the home of Thomas Jefferson High School, which is normally ranked as the #1 high school in the country, and they do not do class rank nor valedictorian, salutatorian, and I feel very certain that their students are getting into colleges and service academies and winning scholarships all over even without that. I'm certain. Have you gotten some feedback from some of these other districts as to what they say if they apply for a scholarship or they apply for a college and they say we don't do class rank? What is the feedback that these other counties have said they've received?
So we talked to counties, but not only that, we talked to admissions counselors and admissions directors at universities. So we recently spoke to the former head of admissions for the Naval Academy, who now actually sits on the admissions council for Johns Hopkins. And his comment is that we have many, many students applying from all over the country who come from non-ranked schools. So ranking, no problem. We're looking at everything, a combination. What he says is it's a complex set of variables that goes into looking at a child. And what we're looking is for the well-rounded student who is an excellent academic student, but who has shown leadership in their school, who has shown leadership in their community or volunteerism in their community, and who has a nice balance between a work ethic and a personal life. They want somebody who is going to contribute to their university while has already shown the ability to contribute to a community that they're in.
And so, and I also have learned that Arlington County, which is another highly regarded school system near us, names everyone who scores above a 4.0 valedictorian. So they have hundreds of valedictorians. And no offense to my colleagues to the south, but I don't quite see the point of that, because talking about diluting an honor if every single student, so a college could say that they have 5 valedictorians from one school in Arlington County, and that kind of that to me dilutes the honor that would go with that title that comes up there. So I think the evidence is showing that school systems are gradually moving away from this. My personal feel is that part of our job as educators is to encourage the love of learning and continue learning in children, and so that it wouldn't be just pursuit of a 100th of a point to win one specific honor, but rather the joy of learning something new and pursuing something they want to. And if eliminating Val-Sal and class rank altogether would help foster that and relieve children somewhat of the fact and give them some freedom to pursue more variety of intellectual pursuits, I'm all for that. So.
Mrs. Birch.
Thank you. At our last meeting, I actually reviewed all the comments, and I know this isn't a vote of the public. It's a vote of the board to do what we think is best. But in my quick back of the envelope numbers, I believe that it was about the same number of people who thought we should move forward and keep Val-Sal and move forward and not keep Val-Sal. It was maybe slightly more that said don't keep it, but it was within 1 or 2. And then slightly fewer people said don't do anything at all. And there were few that I couldn't put into a category. I couldn't decide what it was they were saying. I have been concerned about this since I got on the school board, and things are very different now than when I was in high school. I mean, I did really well. I was pretty high up in class rank, but I was really far away in rank from valedictorian and salutatorian in terms of grade point average. I mean, now these kids are so close to each other, and I see it as a very destructive thing. If there were concerns about the sophomores, I know we started talking about this 2 years ago, and we started saying that, oh, well, they'll already know about it, but it took longer than we thought to actually get this policy out. I mean, if we said maybe we do it for the sophomores too, and the juniors and seniors, I'd be okay with that. but I can't see this going on forever. And yes, it's unhealthy, and I know that we shouldn't be doing unhealthy things for our children, but I understand that if you've already had something in your head that you're trying for as a high school student, it's hard to take that away. And so I do see how sophomores might be upset if they thought about that. Freshmen haven't even gotten their first semester grades yet. So I don't see them in the same boat. But personally, I kind of agree with Mrs. Hummer's way of solving part of our dilemma of rank, rather than saying, well, since we're going to still have class rank somewhere, we should still have Val-Sal. I think it's better to say, no, let's get rid of Val-Sal, whether it be, for this year's sophomores or this year's freshmen. But let's get rid of class rank altogether. And I think that's probably the best way to go.
Dr. Frank?
We seem to be talking about whether we want to recognize excellence and tell society that some folks are extraordinary, and we don't seem to want to make that differentiation, and I find that rather upsetting. Some of us did extraordinarily well at some point in school. When I was in elementary school, I didn't do so well, but I did well enough to get to college, and I did well enough to graduate. My next door neighbor, she did a little bit better than I did. Actually, she did quite a bit better than I did, and she actually succeeded better than I did. But the idea of not recognizing excellence, I find appalling.
Dr. Frank, we are indeed wanting to recognize excellence. So I don't want that go out into the public airways that we are somehow trying to circumvent or change recognizing excellence. In fact, one of the things that is part of this conversation is how can we recognize more excellence. So as opposed to a Val and Sal where there are 12 comprehensive high schools means 24 students are recognized for their excellence. With the cum laude system, we can recognize hundreds of students for their excellence as they fit into GPA bands. So we can recognize more excellence.
Are we going to recognize the person that got the best grades?
We are. The suggestion before you is to recognize those students that earned 3.4 or above, 4.4 or above in 3 different banded categories, much like they do at the university levels. Again, because it is difficult to compare one school to the other when they have different programs. And that's one of the reasons that colleges and universities don't have a Val-Sal, because you could have somebody that was outstanding in the communications major and somebody that was outstanding in the medical major. So their programs of study are very different. Our programs of study are very different. The Val-Sal concept is one that I believe is outdated, and that's the reason this conversation, this robust conversation happening today, is happening in school boards around the country, because we're offering our children so many different programs. 10, 15, 20 years ago, much longer when I was coming along, there weren't choices. You followed in lockstep about the kind of program of study you were going to go into, and many times it was one way or the other, right? It was you're going into the college track or you're going into the technical track, and that was it. And we have so many choices for our students that we are in the Val-Sal system, we are not recognizing students, again, that have excellence and are going off to our technical programs in the CAT centers. We are not doing them a service by recognizing students that are going into the community college, because those courses at the community college don't play a role in their GPA, therefore don't impact whether they can be a number 1 or a number 2. But those grades earned there at the CAT centers can and will contribute to their overall GPA. So we offer so many different programs. There are many, many tentacles to this, Dr. Frank, and it is partly recognizing excellence. It is partly coming to the understanding that we are offering so many programs of study for our students that they are not the same from north to south and east to west in our county, and that's the beauty of choice, and that's a good thing. We also want to recognize the fact that in recognizing excellence, we're talking about excellence to a standard, as opposed excellence to me competing against you for number 1 or number 2. If we set the standard at GPA where you can become summa cum laude or magna cum laude or cum laude, you are now reaching excellence to a standard as opposed to against another person in your class.
Ms. Sasso.
You better say it. There's no other place to say it. He's recognizing excellence for you, and excellence is number one.
To make it clear, Dr. Klein, the motion before the board at this time is to adopt Latin honors. So it's not to adopt.
Yeah.
We want the board is to adopt it, but maintain valedictorian and salutatorian. So everything Dr. Alato just said about measurement against a standard would apply to the amendment that I'm making, because the valedictorian presumably would be summa cum laude. So we would have all three of those traditional Latin honors matching what happens in colleges, and we would maintain valedictorian and salutatorian. And the second part of my point of information is that in discussing this amendment, if we're going to be injecting other notions about, doing away with class rank, I'm going to say, at least as in my capacity as one vote, that is not something that was put before the public. Every meeting so far that has addressed this policy said class rank would be maintained, and it's, notwithstanding the comments that were made that some of the service academies don't rely expressly on that, given the large number of graduates that we have from this county applying to service academies, we would absolutely be doing a disservice to all of our constituents in the entire county if we were today on a whim to abandon numerical class rankings. After 3 hearings addressing this issue, we said we would maintain them. So I'm going to say right now that if I'm the only person that votes for that, if that's what comes to pass, I'm going to vote that has to go again to 30-day comment, because that's entirely a different issue that was never put before the public. And I would request, as a point of information or point of order, that my motion be voted on.
Yeah, your motion will be voted on. I have a couple more people that want to make a comment. Ms. Sasso.
Yes. I would like to basically state that I agree completely with the Latin honors. I think it's a recognition not only for academic excellence, but also a recognition for a well-rounded individual in an educational system, which is basically what we are trying to achieve. I basically agree completely with keeping the Val and the Sal, because I think this nation and every nation in the world is a competitive nation with competitive individualism. And I cannot see, basically, having been at one time a soccer mom, that everybody has to get a trophy. There is one person that is a good person that in the MVA and every other place basically gets a trophy or gets recognized as the best player, the best basketball, the best whatever it is. So why are we in academics taking away that? I agree completely with the Latin, because it makes a well-rounded academic individual and human person. But to take away that when every nation in the world, and especially this nation, is the first nation in the world, and to take away an individualism, I really cannot see it. So I agree with the amendment. Also, when Julie stated that the public comment was mostly to get rid of it, we had Crass state here, and the students were asked, and he said the students are divided. So unless I heard wrong, when Crass made their presentation, he said the students are divided. So unless I am told otherwise now, I don't think the public comments are to get rid of it. I think we're sitting right now in whether we should or we shouldn't. I agree with the Latin system, and I think we should keep the VATSAL and basically see how the educational system develops throughout this nation. If it becomes that basically it's no longer even important, fine. But I don't really see the United States, its competitiveness and its individualism ever failing in this nation. At least to me, I compete no matter what.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to be on the amendment and to be very clear with my position on this. I initially supported this because I didn't want our students, especially those pursuing music, some of the other categories, to be at a disadvantage. And I think they are. There are a bunch of students who want to take music classes. And I even jokingly said this to someone previously, that had I not been appointed to the board, I was going to take organ lessons, and there are probably a bunch of people thanking me that they can't hear that disaster now. But you know, the truth is, you know, that's a passion area of mine as a former piano student, and I wanted other students, whether PVA program, you name it, to have this opportunity to not be disadvantaged. Dr. Arlotto referenced a few moments ago you know, some of the technology space, and I really think that ultimately this is the right direction for us to pursue. My concern, and again, I feel like the last 30, 40 minutes or so has changed my prerogative on this, and that is that while we are pioneers and would be pioneers, I think we ought to be in this area, because, you know, I'm biased. I do think we're the best school system in the state, and we need to try new things and think differently and think big and dream big and do the right things we need to do for our students. I'm worried that there's going to be disadvantage in competition for scholarships based on what I just heard in discussion. And while we're getting there, I don't think the rest of the marketplace, I'll use that term, the rest of the environment is there with us. And that's why I think that the Val-Sal distinction remaining in place, at least, you know, for the next couple of years, is probably still the most viable option for us until those scholarships that were mentioned, the institutions that offer those scholarships specifically or solely for valedictorians, start to fade them away.
Mr. Gillen, in reference to that point in the scholarships that were mentioned by Ms. Ortiz, provided and assuming that the board keeps class rank, I know there's been some discussion around that, but provided that we keep with our current system, those students still have access to those scholarships, right? So as Dr. Arlotto articulated at the last reading, if a student needs to know or needs their class rank as part of the college or university application process, we provide that. So if we continue to do class rank, someone's going to be number one, and that information would be provided to a student who applies to Lynchburg, and that student then would be eligible for that scholarship. The difference is we're not recognizing, the policy as currently written is to remove the recognition of that, the valedictorian name and the salutatorian name. So no students from our advantage point would be disadvantaged from scholarship opportunities because they still would be able to apply to any university that would offer a scholarship for the number one student or the number two student. So that opportunity would still exist regardless of whether we recognize valedictorian and salutatorian at our graduation ceremonies. As part of our research, going back after second reading, we reviewed a leading expert and author named Thomas Guskey, and there was an interesting part of one of the articles in reference to how do universities and colleges treat valedictorians, and he addressed that in one of his paragraphs. Some might object to a policy that allows multiple valedictorians, arguing that colleges and universities give preference to students who attain that singular distinction. But current evidence indicates that this is not the case at most selective institutions. Duke University, for example, recently rejected 58% of the valedictorians who applied. The University of Pennsylvania rebuffed 62%. So as Dr. McMahon articulated earlier, colleges and universities almost at any level is really looking at a much more comprehensive picture of an applicant, including scholarships, than just how you did academically with regards to class rank. And they're really taking a look at what's that well-rounded student doing, who, yes, is academically inclined pretty much to a very high degree, but those scholarships that you referenced would be available to Anne Arundel County public students as well. And I think Dr. Kubik had a thought as well.
I think they were trying.
He didn't ask a question. He spoke his mind and said, "This is how I'm going to vote."
And now we're just having an open-ended free-for-all where whoever wants to give out comment can. That's not how this body's supposed to work.
My understanding was that you were changing your mind because of the understanding that a student who was not ranked number one was going to get that $3,000 scholarship at the University of South Carolina, for example. And they were trying to make sure you understood the information.
It's not the administration's job to disabuse people on this body of beliefs that they have. There was no question.
I think Mr. Gilliland was referencing a fact that was stated earlier, and they were clarifying the fact. And I would hope that our administration would clarify something if we're a fact that we're misunderstanding before we take a vote.
Yeah, if I may, just to finish, I value what you've said. I guess then I come back to the point. Look, I was a well-rounded student. I got, I was an A student, but I wasn't top tier A, for what it's worth, back in high school. College, different story. But I want our students to be well-rounded, and I want them to continue doing as well as they are with college admissions and scholarships, et cetera, because they are well-rounded. I just don't want them to be disadvantaged in the instances that we've just referenced, Val, Sal, et cetera. And I'll just close by saying, if that ranking still exists, absent the distinction of Val, Sal, we're still going to have AP students awake 23 hours a day because they want to get that extra 1/100th of a point so that they can be number one, regardless of whether we call it valedictorian and they get their their special medal at graduation or they get a cord, whatever the distinction may be. There's still going to be an awareness of whether I'm number one and I'm number two, and when I'm going into that final semester of my senior year and I'm number 2 or 3, I've got to do whatever it takes to edge someone else out. And quite honestly, we start to lose that well-roundedness, even if that class ranking still exists, because some student needs to get that edge over another. And I'm all for competition. I'm not saying that that's wrong. There's part of me, though, that I want our students to be kids, because once they turn 18 and then once they turn 22, there's no time to be a kid anymore, and it's the serious stuff that takes over. So having said all of that, this is ultimately the right way for us to go. My concern is right now is not that time with the Val-Sal distinction, given what I just heard relative to scholarships that still ask for that distinction, regardless of number one or someone with that distinction noted as valedictorian. Thank you, Madam President.
Ms. Sasso.
I tend to agree because I'm going to repeat it. This is an individualistic nation where people basically aim to be the best that they can. And competitiveness basically exists in this nation no matter what. We are not a nation that basically follows the rule. We are a nation that creates. And to take away that instinct from a person to basically be competitive, to try to be number one, individualistic no matter what, you cannot take that away from an individual. Yes, I agree with the Latin honors. I think it's a well-rounded program. It recognizes, but I think that a trophy belongs to that individual that wants to be number one or number two. And you will not take it away from that individual. Like Mr. Gilliland said, no matter what, that individual is going to go and seek it.
I have to say that I was personally hopeful that we could get rid of class rank altogether. I did my own research and looked into some admissions offices, and for example, in Penn State, the admissions officer back in October of 2016 was saying that more often than not, ranking systems are hurting students rather than helping them. And another group up in Chicago was explaining that, saying we're not doing kids a service by pitting them against each other for 10,000ths of a point. And so colleges can then reject student number 10, because those 10,000ths of a point kept them from being student number 1. So if we got rid of class rank altogether and nobody was able to determine whether they were first or 10th, then getting rid of the Val-Sal makes sense. But what I'm hearing from you guys today is that there are, in fact, still monetary awards out there for students who are number one, whether we call them Val-Sal or we hand the college that ranking that we're still keeping. If we get rid of the ranking altogether and we get rid of Val-Sal designations altogether, then there are some scholarships out there that our students would no longer be able to get. If we couldn't feed that school, yes, the student is number one. And I don't want to take money away from our kids, if that's really something that's still going on out there. I would like to, revisit this policy in a couple of years as a dual policy, whether it still needs to be a dual policy. But I think after hearing what you all had to say today, that I'm concerned about getting rid of Val-Sal myself at this point in time, or at least a class ranking. Dr. Arlotto?
As I said earlier, there are many tentacles to this, but it boils down to we wanted to, and we brought this policy forward for consideration to this board to make a decision, and now the decision we made today there were two main purposes for this. And this was one, how can we recognize more students in the excellence that they're pursuing because of the diversity of programs that are offered? And how can we get students to make more healthy choices in terms of their course selection and the time they've spent with us in schools, particularly during those 4 years of high school. And by including both into perpetuity, accepting a cum laude system and continuing the Val-Sal system does not offer us the chance to correct both of those ills. It does allow us to recognize more students on one end, but it does not get to a place where we want our students to be making more healthy decisions and enjoying themselves more in the time that they are in high school. Again, moving towards competing against a standard as opposed to competing against my neighbor. Thank you.
I know you mentioned the Durham school system is going to do the parallel systems and then revisit it in a couple of years after they see that. I would like to propose an amendment to the amendment, if I'm doing this right, parliamentarily right. Mr. Grannon would like to strike through the 2017-18 school year so that it would say high school shall annually designate a graduating valedictorian and salutatorian. I would like it to say high schools shall designate a graduating valedictorian and salutatorian through the 2017-18 school year before revisiting this policy for 2018-19. I don't want to put this to bed forever. I'd like to have something in the policy that says we're going to pull it back up and look at it in a couple years so we can see what's happening out there in the admissions world. Yeah, this might be a Tyson question.
You have to vote on this one first.
We vote on, do we amend the amendment or do we vote on the amendment?
First of all, your motion has to be seconded. If your motion, okay, your motion is now seconded. You first vote for, you can take discussion on only your motion that was just made. And then when all the discussion has been completed on your motion, then you take a vote. If the motion fails, you move
back to Mr. Grannon's motion.
Back to Mr. Grannon
and if that fails, we go back to Dr. Arlotto's motion.
That's true. If your motion passes, your motion becomes a part of the main motion. You still have to go to Mr. Grannon's motion, which is on the floor after yours, and find out whether Mr. Grannon's motion fails or passes.
Okay, Mr. So we vote on.
Yeah, I'm responding.
But we have discussion.
Yeah, we can have discussion
Very
now.
briefly, I would like to discuss the President's amendment to my amendment. I very much respect and value the President's comments. I think they're going in the right direction. I would say that it took us a couple of months even to get to this point. We've now spent more time discussing this item than any other item on the agenda today. And to say that we're only going to have one more year before it's got to be readdressed would be it would be too narrow.
And I would be concerned, for the reasons I said before, that if we're going to fully consider other alternatives like abandoning class rank, that be put forward fresh to the public for comment, because that's not something that's ever been discussed in this context before. And so I would ask that those that are considering this issue not vote for this sort of second amendment, but let's just vote to maintain it, take out that language, have it clean, and then we as a board can always ask Dr. Arlotto to report on things. For example, are you actually seeing any reduction in unhealthy competition, or did the class rank, is that what's driving it? Maybe at that point we won't want to get rid of Val-Sal, we'll just want to get rid of class rank. But I think there's been a lot of ventilation of this issue, and to say that we have kind of a one-year clock before it has to be, before we have to kick that can of worms again, I think might be a little bit too soon. I'd like this board to have the flexibility to seek whatever information we want of Dr. Arlotto and the administration, and that for now the more appropriate thing to do, or not the more appropriate, because it's not that your amendment is inappropriate, so I didn't mean to use that word, but the more efficacious thing to do would be simply to maintain valedictorian, salutatorian, and then frankly also not saddle future boards with they must do this in 1 year.
Ms. Sasso.
I agree with Mr. Gannon's presentation that not to put any date limit on it, because the policy committee is a standing committee of the board. So we can at any moment basically, we don't have to wait 1 year, 2 years. I mean, the board next year might decide that, hey, we want to get rid of the valedictorians as salutatorium. So there is no, I would not like to, but, let's make it clean. Here it is. This is the policy that this board stands under at this moment. I mean, if that's what we vote. And then maybe next year the policy committee would like to take it up again and get rid of the Val-Sal. We don't know what it is, but.
Okay, we need to take public comment on these amendments.
Is the public comment on the amendment or the whole policy?
The amendment to the amendment. So we would be taking public comment on C7, stating, beginning in the 2016-17 school year, each high school shall annually honor graduating students who qualify for the AACPS cum laude recognition, and high school shall annually designate a graduating valedictorian and salutatorian through the 2017-18 school year before revisiting this policy for 2018-19. That's what we're taking comment on.
Thank you, Board. Janet Norman, Annapolis High School parent. Thank you for focusing on our high schools and achievement. We appreciate you recognizing Lisa Pline as our Volunteer of the Month. We at Annapolis High know her as our Volunteer of the Decade, and we will be extremely sad when she graduates with her daughter this year. They'll leave a gaping hole. My mom was valedictorian of her high school, and it helped her get a full ride to University of Rochester, which helped change the trajectory of our family much better. My brother was co-valedictorian at Princeton, and a third of the entire school was valedictorians, and they turned down valedictorians. But while valedictorian and salutatorian may be important, it only affects 15 to 20 students at each school out of a population of 2,000 students, say at Annapolis High. 15 to 20 are in competition for that. What about the other 1,980 students? How are we improving their odds for college or career success? I'm not opposed to increasing attendance. I'm not opposed to closing the achievement gap. I'm not opposed to decreasing chronic absenteeism. Education Week ranked Maryland's achievement gap at 42nd out of 50 states.
Ms. Norman, I need you to testify on the amendment.
This is on valid cell.
No. The amendment is about whether or not.
This is on class rank also.
This is. Right. We're talking about whether or not you think we should maintain Val-Sal through 2018 before revisiting the policy. That's the sliver that we're talking about right now.
Okay. And I am. If you listen to the rest of my testimony, I am. Okay. So my son is in the top rank of his class. He could potentially have a shot for it. But he's too tired to even go to Tyler Heights Elementary and do after-school tutoring because of the early high school start times. So you're talking about well-rounded students and broadening people's interests and having them take things, and you're talking about making this healthy for our high school students, and you're ignoring the entire unhealthy situation you're putting our high school students in every day. If you're a depressed student like many of our early risers, you're not going to be going the best and brightest toward valedictorian. Okay? So I'll continue other comments on the on your final vote if you'd prefer that.
We're just asking right now if you support the amendment.
I support
the amendment to the amendment.
I support the amendment to. I support continuing valedictorian salutatorian beyond 2017, 2018.
Okay.
Okay. But I have other comments before you finally vote on this. Thank you.
Right. Is there anyone else who wants to address the amendment to the amendment? All right. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment? All right. All those opposed? All right. Motion, the amendment to the amendment fails 5-4. Now we have the amendment. The amendment would make item section C7 state that beginning in 2016-17 school year, each high school shall annually honor graduating students who qualify for the AACPS cum laude recognition. High school shall annually designate a graduating valedictorian and salutatorian, period. And we've already motioned and seconded that. Is there any public comment on that item? To maintain valedictorian and salutatorian? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? The amendment passes 6-3. So now we have to, right, so we are now taking public comment on the entire policy, including the amendment, or with the amendment in place. And we have Lisa.
Thank you all very much for all your work on this.
Some of my comments might actually affect some of your thoughts, I hope, on the amendment. Good morning, Dr. Arlado, Ms. Korbelek, members of the board. I'm Lisa Shore, parent of 2 students who graduated from Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Because of our magnet programs, our family brings the perspective from 2 different high schools. Neither one of my sons were valedictorian salutatorian, yet they both received scholarships to excellent colleges. I've been thinking a lot about this policy and trying to figure out why I feel so passionately that the new Latin honor system is the right thing to do. I'd like to take a few minutes to explain some of the things I've analyzed, learned, and experienced. One of the big benefits I see with the Latin honor system is the issue of equity. It allows a broader range of students to receive recognition, including students who choose to participate in out-of-school internships or our CAT North and CAT South programs. In the race to become Val Sal, students often drop these programs, along with courses in the arts or other courses that interest them, in favor of courses that only offer the extra points of AP or IB courses. In fact, I've seen students only take a half day of courses their senior year of high school so they can load up on higher level courses and increase their GPA. A lot of effort goes into manipulating the system to chase GPA points rather than focusing on learning. Courses such as CAT North, CAT South classes, the arts, physical education, and other areas might not bring students the highest GPA, but it allows them to broaden their horizons and try new things. This supports education for the sake of learning rather than a numbers game en route to becoming a Val Sal. I've also seen principals spend a lot of time calculating GPAs to 1/100th of a point, often the last minute just before graduation. And I really feel that principal time could be better spent on broader issues such as teacher morale or student discipline. In reference to college admissions, when my youngest son was at Old Mill High School, the school held a workshop with admissions counselors from various universities. This workshop was very informative since parents and students heard directly from admissions counselors what they look for when they review college applications. And several questions about this came up, about class rank, and whether students should load up on AP classes or follow their passions by taking elective courses such as music or art. The admissions counselors said that they look for students who are passionate about something, who find something they love, stick with it, and bring their unique talents to the college. I want to clarify that Latin Honors is not everyone gets a trophy. It's about acknowledging the diversity and the value of our students and program offerings. It's about encouraging the future musicians, computer programmers, NSA interns, and car mechanics. We have a diverse workforce in a changing world. We need a recognition system that honors more than just a small difference in GPA. A Latin honors recognition system encourages our kids to pursue their dreams and to become responsible, well-educated citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now that we have a concrete thing to vote on, I would hope we could kind of speak together as one voice and move forward with the policy as amended and determine, best steps for our students going forward after that. But if we could speak as one body and adopt the language as amended, I think that would send the right message to the county.
Janet Norman, Annapolis High parent, Annapolis High Volunteer of the Year of 2016. Dr. Arlotto said the two main purposes of this program, of expanding the Latin Honors Program. The second main purpose was, how can we get students to make more healthy choices in the courses they take and the time they are with us in high school? And Mr. Gillelan rightly said, how do we develop a more rounded, more well-rounded student who can enjoy being young, being with their friends, having time to go to games and just hang around as a kid. I think I appreciate you looking at the stresses our high school students are under, because I think that's not been taken account of for too long. I think you should look at all the courses in the high school curriculum and decide if they are appropriately weighted with honors or not. Too many students in Annapolis High never took Java, Intro to Java, which was the required computer course, because it wasn't an honors course. So you were blocking them from all those jobs at Fort Meade in cybersecurity because it was not weighted as an honors course. And that finally got changed when we put on it. We had the benefit of hosting an IB student from Denmark this fall, and they were 18 and 19 years old, but it was surprising. They all spoke English and had better critical reasoning skills than our students here at Annapolis High in the IB program, pretty much. Their English was impeccable, and their knowledge of world events was astounding. And they worked in call centers. They had jobs speaking in English. So we're not just competing against Anne Arundel County. Our students are not just competing within Maryland. They're competing with not just across the nation like we all did perhaps when we went to college. They're competing against a global economy. If you look, December 21st, Washington Post article about the amount of foreign students now in college slots has doubled in the last decade. Carnegie Mellon went from 11 to 19%. My alma mater, Colgate, doubled from 4 to 10%. So everything you do here as a board needs to be able to help our students compete in that global economy. Just renaming the honors is not necessarily going to do that. having them have a healthy high school experience and having them get through high school more rested, not as sick, not as disadvantaged in their coursework compared to other students is very important. So I'm hoping that you will put money in the 2018 budget to make your students have more healthy choices in high school and have a healthier start time. Thank you.
Mrs. Birch.
Thank you. I just want to first say, I appreciate Mr. Grandin's earlier thoughts, but this is the place for us to express our opinions and our thoughts about the policies that are going forward. Once the vote is taken, then it's the board's decision, and we will be unified, and we will go forward with whatever comes out of here. But right now on this dais, this is the time for us to say what we think and how we feel, and that this is the appropriate time. Saying that, I will be reluctantly voting for this. I'm very disappointed, as I've been hoping for the last 8.5 years that I have served on this board, that we would eliminate Val-Sal from our school system, because I think it's destructive to our children. But of course, if that's what we do adopt, I will be supporting it while I'm here. I will, of course, be encouraging the board to revisit it as we look in the next couple of years. And once June 30 of 2018 comes, I will no longer be on the board, and you will get to see me frequently over there instead of over here. And if you think I'm bad now, look forward to that. Thank you.
I am 100% for the Latin honor system. I, however, am going to be voting no on this because I also feel very strongly that a whole point of this was to eliminate Val-Sal and take that away and serve our students in that way as well. It is, if the vote goes the other way, I will be fully supportive of this policy in all ways. But I just want to make it clear that I think that the elimination of Val-Sal is a crucial part of this entire change and moving forward for healthy things for our students. And so I'm going to have to vote no for the whole package for that. But I want to state very clearly that I'm very much in favor of the Latin honor system.
Ms. Williams.
I don't have much to say. I would just like to say that I second everything that Ms. Hummer just said. I am in full support of Latin honors, have been since this policy has touched this dais, but I am opposed to the Val-Sal system. I have seen students who have gone through it who have had such unhealthy lifestyles trying to achieve this one spot, and I can't support that. So thank you. But if the policy passes with how it is, I will support it as a board member. I will support every decision that we make up here. Thank you.
Ms. Sasso.
Yes. Just to answer the question of Julie and Carolyn, it is my understanding then if you vote no, means that Latin does not go through and we still stay on Val-Sal. So that means we don't give the opportunity to a whole rounded program for those that basically could qualify for it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'd just like to say that I do not want our students ranked from number 1 to 2,000 in any way, shape, or form. But until our higher education institutions catch up to what's going on in K to 12, I cannot take away scholarship opportunities for anybody. So I'm going to vote for this policy as amended so that we can at least start to honor more students and more excellence at AACPS, especially for the students who are not enrolled in our IB and AP diploma programs. And now it's time to take the vote. All those in favor of the policy grading II as amended? All those opposed? Motion passes 7-2. Item 4.10 is an action item. This is the policy student publications, JCB, third reading. Dr. Arlato, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of policy JCB, subject to final correction for style and format.
Second.
Is there any board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? All those in favor? Motion passes 900. Item 4.13, policy JCL student organizations. Third reading. Dr. Arlato, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of policy JCL, subject to final correction for style and format.
Have a motion?
So move.
Any board comment? Is there any public comment? All those in favor? Motion passes 800 or 801, I guess. Item 4.14 is items of legislation. This is an information to action item. Do I have a motion to move this from information to action?
So move.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We now have an action item, and we will be voting on each piece of legislation separately, correct?
Yes.
Whether or not to, okay.
Yes. Good afternoon. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. The General Assembly convened last Wednesday for the 2017 legislative session. Many bills have already been introduced, several that affect AACPS, and before you are 3 bills requiring board action. The first bill is House Bill 23, Vehicle Laws, School Vehicles Definition. This is a reintroduction of a 2016 bill, which the board voted to oppose. The bill expands the definition of a school vehicle and
could you pause for a second?
Yeah, sure.
We have a presentation going on right now.
The bill expands the definition of a school vehicle to include a vehicle that was originally titled in another state and used to transport children, students, or teachers for educational purposes or in connection with a school activity in that state. And it also requires these buses to meet other requirements. Buses in Maryland must meet specifications as required by the Maryland Motor Vehicle Administration. Many other states do not maintain such strict inspection standards. We have 2 major concerns with this bill. The first one is safety. Absent a guarantee of such an inspection history, a purchase of a bus from another state is fraught with safety risks. Secondly is cost. School vehicle specifications vary among states, and because of the particular set of standards in place in Maryland, local school systems will likely incur considerable costs in order to retrofit vehicles to meet Maryland standards. For these reasons, we respectfully recommend that the board oppose this legislation as the board did in 2016.
Is there any board questions? Mrs. Birch.
I don't know if you've had time to talk to anyone or find out about this. Usually these kind of bills come from Western Maryland, and this sponsors from Baltimore and Howard counties, which seems very odd to me. I mean, I understand why folks from Garrett and Allegheny County would want to be able to buy buses from other states because they're surrounded by other states. But do you know what the sponsors...
I have not had an opportunity to speak with the sponsor, but I can certainly reach out to him just to try to better understand what his concern is.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any public comment? All those in favor of opposing this bill? Motion passes 900.
Okay, the second bill before you is Senate Bill 44, Records Management and Preservation, State and Local Government Units Responsibilities. Senate Bill 44 would require AACPS to preserve and transfer all records associated with our work as for public business to the Maryland State Archives. In the bill, the term records is defined as any documentary materials in any form created or received by any agency in connection with the transaction of public business. This definition is overly broad and would require AACPS to preserve and transfer an immeasurable amount of records conducted in the normal course of business. The requirements set forth would be overly burdensome. This bill also raises concerns around confidentiality. As such, we respectfully request that the board vote to oppose this legislation.
So moved.
Thank you. Just one question. Anything that's, what's the word here? A transaction of public business is already publicly available in most general terms, correct?
Yes, and this bill, however, would require preservation of this and a transfer of that information for the Maryland State Archives to be, maintained in perpetuity. We have different state laws concerning human resources, records, and other information that have other sort of dates and timeframes in which information must be maintained.
And I get all that, but I guess where I was going with this is if they want it, they can get it off of our website, correct?
The information that is available, yes, correct.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this item? All those in favor of opposing this bill? Motion passes 9-0-0.
Okay, and the final bill is Senate Bill 90, Public and Non-Public Schools Classwork and Assessment Involving Live and Dead Animals, Student Right of Refusal. Senate Bill 90 is also a reintroduction of a 2016 bill. This bill would provide a student the right to refuse to participate in or observe in whole or in part classwork or an assessment that includes a dissection of dead animals. This bill is an unnecessary intrusion on the decisions of local schools, which already have the ability to, and they actually do accommodate students who refuse to participate in the dissection of animals. AACPS has alternative methods for these students already in place. And as such, we respectfully request and recommend that the board vote to oppose this legislation.
So moved.
Is there any public comment on this item? All those in favor? All those in favor? I thought you had a... Oh, Mrs. Burt, you have a... Oh, okay. All those in favor of opposing this legislation? Motion passes 9-0-0. Now, Mrs. Birch.
Just a quick question. I saw that for the packet this meeting, we only got the bills we needed to take action on. I'm wondering if in the future we will also get bills that are relevant but that our previous platform has already sort of decided for us.
Yes, and great question. Absolutely, you will get bills that for action, those that we recommend not taking a position, but we are monitoring, and also those bills which we may support or oppose based on our legislative program. These bills were kind of just introduced in the last couple of days, so we just wanted to be sure to get them before you because the bill hearings will take place before the next board meeting. At the next board meeting, you will see a lot more bills and the 3 different sections.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 6 items are review items. Item 5.01, Recruitment, Retention, and Workforce Diversity Report. And we have a presentation.
Good afternoon, President Korbelak, Vice President Hummer, Dr. Arlotto, and board members. For the record, I am Jessica Kutchis, Executive Director of Human Resources. I'm here today with Shanika McKenzie, Diversity Specialist, Jasmine Coleman, Manager of Service Learning and Mentorships, and Bill Goodman, Senior Manager of Human Capital. We are in front of you today to discuss the efforts around recruitment and retention of our educators in the school system. As you are likely aware, there are reported teacher shortages nationwide, particularly in the areas of special education, mathematics, science, computer science, English language learners, technology, and world and classical language. Our school system has not been immune to this trend, and as a state, Maryland continues to be an import state for teachers as our in-state colleges and universities do not produce sufficient candidates to staff Maryland schools. In this way, for this current school year, we hired educators from 198 colleges in 38 states, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and 5 countries outside of the United States. Overcoming the teacher shortage trend has not been easy. However, we do not allow that challenge to compromise the quality we expect from our educators or the diversity we strive for in our workforce. Through our recruitment and retention efforts, we are ever mindful of the value of diversity in educators for our students. We value diversity because of the positive impact a diverse workforce has for our students. You will hear further in this presentation about our efforts to have schools with diverse staff that reflects differing backgrounds and experiences, similar to the differing backgrounds and experiences of our students. We will continue to strive and put our efforts around the goal of a truly diverse workforce to best meet our students' needs. As we work towards employing and keeping quality educators for our students, we must continue our collective efforts around retaining our excellent teachers. As Mr. Goodman will discuss shortly, throughout the system, we are aiming to provide educators with the support and conditions they need to keep them in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I'll now turn it over to Ms. Shanika McKenzie, who will dive deeper into the recruitment activities and data around these efforts.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Shanika McKenzie, Workforce Diversity Specialist for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. AACPS continues to strive to build a workforce that is reflective of the students we serve. As we have shared in the past, this is no easy task and many challenges remain. The number of college students pursuing teaching as a major continues to decline and currently stands at roughly 8%. This number is a mere 4% when we focus on diverse college students. In addition, only 76% of African American college students who pursue education as a major actually go into teaching as a career, versus 95% for Caucasian students. Finally, the number of African American teachers nationally has dropped from 8 to 7%. Despite these challenges, we remain steadfast in our goals and continue to look for innovative ways to tackle these issues. In preparation for the 2016-2017 school year, AACPS recruitment staff attended over 40 college and teacher education recruitment events. 25% of these events were diversity-focused job fairs or visits to colleges and universities with higher proportions of students from underrepresented groups. We extended 154 open contracts to strong candidates in order to secure their employment with our district. Top diverse candidates and high-performing student interns were specifically targeted. 101 of the candidates who were offered open contracts accepted positions with AACPS. This represents 65% of the total offers. 26% of the teacher candidates who accepted our open offers were diverse applicants. We proactively reached out to our current diverse employees and encouraged them to recommend teacher applicants for our district. All recommendations were personally contacted and encouraged to apply. 3 of these recommendations were ultimately hired. AACPS once again held our annual Teacher Diversity Recruitment Weekend, which invites candidates from across the country to our district. The Teacher Diversity Recruitment Weekend remains one of our strongest initiatives in bringing diverse educators into AACPS. In its 7th year, over 230 teachers have attended our diversity weekends, and with a job acceptance rate of 70%, the program has proven to be extremely successful. Teachers eligible to attend our diversity weekend must fall into one of the following 3 categories: educators from underrepresented racial and ethnic groups, male educators professionally certified in elementary or early childhood education, and educators of all races certified in hard-to-fill areas. Funded through grants and business partnerships, this exciting 4-day event allows prospective teacher candidates to tour our schools, meet with administrators, and learn about our community. Candidates attend a community fair where they can connect with resources vital to those considering relocation, as well as mingle with AACPS senior leadership at various events throughout the weekend. Our principals have the opportunity to interview these candidates during an invitation-only job fair and can provide our recruitment staff with immediate feedback on the candidates they wish to hire for their buildings. 33 teachers attended our diversity weekend and job fair. 27 of those applicants were offered positions. 85% of the candidates who were offered positions accepted and are currently working in our schools. A review of teacher applicant pools shows that AACPS received 1,200 fewer applicants for the 16-17 hiring season than for the previous year. Despite a smaller applicant pool as of October 8th, AACPS hired 668 teachers for vacant positions, which represents 79% of employees hired since July 1st. These numbers represent a 5% increase in the number of teachers hired versus this time last year. It is also worth noting that of those hired, 13 were AACPS employees working in other capacities who became certified teachers. In addition, 132 of our new hires completed their student teaching internship in AACPS, and 139 of our new hires, 21%, are AACPS graduates. This data demonstrates that we are continuing to grow our own by attracting local residents and those who have had a personal relationship with our district. Approximately 17.5% of our new teachers are diverse and 18.5% are male as of October 8th. However, as hiring has continued, the percentage of diverse and male teachers has risen to 18 and 19% respectively as of January 1st. This represents a slight decrease from last year, when the percentage of diverse male new hires and diverse new hires were 19 and 20% respectively. We believe the decrease in overall applications may have affected our numbers. AACPS is developing additional recruitment strategies to help identify and hire more diverse applicants. We realize that in this highly competitive market, making connections with candidates early in the hiring process will be critical. We want to make certain that every qualified diverse applicant who applies to our district feels personally connected to our system. To help ensure this, the AACPS Office of Workforce Diversity will dedicate resources to personally contact every qualified diverse applicant within days of their initial application. During this contact, we will have the opportunity to thank you for applying to their district, to answer any questions that they have regarding our system, and to provide additional guidance regarding the hiring process. Qualified candidates who follow through with the application process will be invited to meet and greet events that will be held during the hiring season, where these applicants will have an opportunity to network with current teachers and AACPS leadership. It is our hope that this extra step will put AACPS top of mind for candidates who are considering multiple employment offers. After the success of our Diversity Weekend, several other local districts have attempted to duplicate our efforts by holding their own diversity events. While we are still the only county that hosts a multi-day event, some districts have attempted to hold diversity fairs earlier to try and lock down applicants prior to our event. To combat these efforts, AACPS has added a second diversity recruitment job fair to our calendar. Teachers eligible to attend our diversity job fair must meet the same criteria as those who attend our weekend event. Planned for April 1st, our diversity job fair will be advertised in multiple ways, including radio and social media, in order to attract a much larger audience. HR staff will offer open contracts to top candidates who attend this job fair based on recommendations from principals and assistant principals. HR will continue to host our Diversity Weekend in late May for out-of-state applicants interested in relocating to our area. A large general job fair will be held at the culmination of our Diversity Weekend, which will be open to all teacher candidates. However, candidates attending our Diversity Weekend will be prioritized for screening interviews. We are continuing to research and build relationships with diverse institutions for teacher recruitment with an increased focus on Hispanic recruitment. We are revamping the AACPS recruitment website to make information easier to find and to provide more pertinent information to teacher applicants. This website revamp was initially discussed during last year's presentation, but was put on hold as part of a larger system-wide website update. The new AACPS website is scheduled to launch this spring. We are also launching a new applicant tracking system that will be more user-friendly for applicants and will provide our hiring generalists with more information on teacher candidates in order to help them identify the best candidates for specific schools. The AACPS HR Navigator will also allow applicants to mobile technology, to complete an application and not solely rely on traditional computers or laptops. The enhanced reporting capability of our new system will also provide better data to track our applicants through the hiring process. We are targeting candidates through social media and will use Facebook as the primary vehicle to share information on job opportunities as well as notable school-related functions. Using Facebook as our primary platform will also allow us to share information posted on our Facebook page through other social media outlets like Twitter and Instagram. Finally, we are targeting more individuals considering teaching as a second career. Nearly 26% of the diverse teacher applicants hired did not attend traditional teacher education programs, which is up from 22% last year. Given the smaller numbers of diverse educators coming out of teacher ed programs, we believe that targeting career changers will be essential to our efforts of increasing teacher diversity. On November 30th, AACPS hosted its annual information session for career changers entitled So You Think You Can Teach. This event was heavily advertised to diverse communities as we aim to identify more diverse applicants for our resident teaching certification RTC programs. The event was attended by approximately 100 individuals, of which nearly 40% were diverse. During this event, career changers received information on our county's alternative certification program, certification requirements in Maryland, and how to apply for teaching positions with AACPS. I would now like to introduce Ms. Jasmine Coleman, a graduate of our RTC program who has transitioned from a classroom teacher to a leadership position in AACPS, who will share her experience as a career changer.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Jasmine Coleman. I'm the manager of service learning and mentorships here in this esteemed district, and I am truly honored to be here today to share my RTC story. Not only because I believe in the power of narrative, but because I wholeheartedly believe that choosing to become a member of the Anne Arundel County Resident Teacher Program is amongst the best decisions that I've ever made. When many refer to this program, they use the term career changer. For me, it was more of a career discovery. The year I decided to explore the RTC program as an option, I was 22 years old. I just earned my baccalaureate degree in English and Language Arts. At Morgan State University, it hired me as a research associate and project coordinator of the School of Public Health Prevention Sciences Research Center. And after a series of internships, work on the 2004 CARRY campaign and the 2006 50 State Strategy Initiative, the Democratic National Committee had flown me out to Colorado, where I helped coordinate pages for the 2008 Democratic National Convention. So as you might imagine, I was all over the place. I had variables of higher education, public health, research, and politics as a part of my career, but through it all, there was one constant: my love for people and the rush that I got when I was able to say something or do something to help someone else. It was right after the 2008 convention had ended and Morgan State's Prevention Sciences Research Center had put me in charge of training and managing their undergraduate employees that this light bulb came on in flashing fluorescent colors. I needed to make a difference in the lives of young people. I needed to be a teacher. Upon this realization, I did some research to find out that Maryland offered several alternative means of certification that would not require me to go back and pay for 18 more undergraduate credits. As my honor scholarship at my beloved HBCU was nearing an end, the alternative certification option offered by RTC and similar programs provided an opportunity to overcome a potential financial barrier that could have been a huge deterrent to my goal of becoming a teacher. In short, I wasn't born with a silver spoon. And paying for another 18 education courses and credits was not an ideal option for me. Thankfully, programs like RTC provide alternative options for career discoverers like me. I explored and compared several programs across the state, and I was even accepted to the Prince George's County Resident Alternative Program, but none compared to what was offered at AACPS. The RTC program here boasted full payment of course tuition, a much smaller cohort size, and a hands-on student teaching internship that would allow me to place all the theory that I was learning into practice. And then there was Pat Gronkowicz. She's the coordinator of the AACPS RTC program. She was definitely one of the major reasons why I chose to be a part of the program. In 2009, I began jokingly calling her my education mother, but it really does have a great deal of truth value. She'd been mothering me since I was a mere applicant to the RTC program. I would call her with a few inquiries about a document or a deadline, and she'd say, "Now, Jasmine, don't you worry. You will send me that transcript and application, and I shall review it, and I shall hand deliver it to the board." I say this humorously now, but this mothering and genuine concern for my well-being as a teacher confirmed why I knew I had to call AACPS my home. You see, the in-depth body of research and literature and organizational change tells us that employees begin a job for the benefits, whether those benefits be a salary or their personal interests and passions or healthcare benefits, etc. But they stay in a job because of sound leadership. One of our own outstanding leaders and principals of North Glen Elementary School, Kelly Thomas, has said, "Everyone needs a space." Simply showing and telling people we have a space for you has the power to break down barriers and provide opportunities for learners of all ages. As an African American and a woman and a member of a number of historically marginalized communities, I'm grateful to report that the RTC program, in conjunction with a number of supportive leaders at AACPS, has created that space for me. This is why I chose Anne Arundel County, and this is why I stayed. I must report, however, that my RTC journey was not entirely comprised of fuzzy and feel-good moments. I was pleased by the rigor and dynamism of the program, but whoever coined the term baptism by fire surely had this RTC internship in mind. I did my student teaching at South River High School summer program for about a week and a half, and then my mentor, a phenomenal English teacher, and now she's an English teacher specialist by the name of Susan Corby, said something I shall never forget. "Okay, I think it's time for you to start teaching now." And with those 11 words, she relinquished all the planning, differentiation, and classroom management over to me. And while at the time I thought she surely had some secret desire to cause my untimely demise, this was actually one of the best things that she could have ever done for me. In those 5 weeks, I was in the trenches of differentiation, which was the buzzword back in 2009. For sometimes, the classes had students in multiple grade levels with multiple learning styles. And I had my first experience with student accommodations. There were a number of students with IEPs and 504 plans. And I had to become a master of lesson engagements. Do you know that those classes are 2 hours and 45 minutes? You have to do everything short of tap dancing and backflipping to keep anyone's attention for that long. And what is more, I built lasting relationships with the teachers and administrators at South River during this internship, and without my even knowing it, RTC was still working its magic of paving the pathway to my current achievements. I met the dynamic and admirable William Myers, who currently is still the principal at South River High School, and he found it in his heart to give me a job. I became closer to Roddy Jablonski, the evening and summer high school principal at South River High School, and she's become another one of my education mothers. And she allowed me to continue to hone my craft in their summer high school programs in the years to come. I continue my relationship with Sue Corby, who actually recommended me to be a part of the STEM Magnet program. You heard that correctly, an English teacher teaching in a STEM Magnet program. That's interesting, another story for another day. But that opened the door to relationships with countless AACPS and community leaders. And as the adage goes, the rest is history. I'm now poised to begin my 8th year of serving AACPS. I've taught English, public speaking, professional etiquette, project management, project-based learning, and research within the STEM Magnet program and beyond in other schools. I've been given the creative liberty to establish a 9th grade support program to help freshman students transition academically and socially into the rigor of a magnet program and in high school in general. And that program has been utilized at South River, North County, and Glen Burnie High School since the 2013-2014 school year. I've presented at several AACPS conferences. I've been privileged to serve as a master teacher for MSDE and travel the state teaching teachers and helping administrators learn and to prepare for the instructional shifts caused by the Maryland College and Career Readiness Standards. I was inspired to support other leaders through RTC, and I was also inspired to complete several degrees since I've been here. So I got a master's from Johns Hopkins University in gifted education and administration, and now I've been crazy enough to pursue a doctoral degree from the University of Southern California in organizational change and leadership. And most recently, dear to my heart is the fact that because of the seeds planted by RTC and the leaders in AACPS, I currently serve in my position as manager of service learning and mentorships here at the district level. That means I get to come to work every day and facilitate opportunities for our students to get out there and better themselves in their community. Talk about a dream job. At this point, I have no idea what my next steps are going to be, but I can easily look down at the gravel and brick of this pathway and know what and who has ordered my steps thus far. You see, as I said before, I truly am honored to sit before you today, but it wasn't really because I wanted to share my accomplishments or tout those. It was because I'm grateful that I can utilize this platform to publicly and poignantly say thank you. Representatives of the RTC program and leadership of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, I appreciate you beyond measure. For you thought it not robbery to give opportunities to a young brown girl like me with wide eyes and even broader dreams. But you also consistently practice a supportive, transformative leadership that has kept me here in this district and yearning for more. If I ever humbly accomplish anything that someone someday might deem great, please know that it was largely because of the opportunities and the space that you created for a career discoverer like me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. I will now turn the presentation over to Mr. Bill Goodman, Senior Manager of Human Capital Management, to share information regarding turnover and teacher retention.
Clearly a bad idea to go after Jasmine, but that's okay. See what we can do. Okay, in 2015-16, overall turnover in Anne Arundel County Public Schools was 10% versus 9.3% last year. Teacher turnover was also slightly higher at 11% when compared to 10% last year. And the top 5 reasons for separation as reported on the Anne Arundel County Public Schools exit survey are provided. Personal issues and pay continue to be the top 2 reasons given for leaving. A review of this data regarding new teachers hired for the 2015-16 school year shows that AACPS retained nearly 78% of professionally certified minority educators and nearly 89% of professionally certified non-minority educators for a second school year. These numbers are down from last year when the number of new teachers retained was 85% and 90% respectively. A deeper look at separation reasons, specifically for new minority teachers, highlighted relocation and pay as the 2 main reasons provided for departing from AACPS after 1 year. The late ratification of an agreement between Anne Arundel County Public Schools and the Teachers Association may have also impacted some employees' decision to leave the county. However, our data on retention of conditionally certified teachers for that same period shows that 75% of conditionally certified minority educators and 85% of conditionally certified non-minority educators remain with Anne Arundel County Public Schools for a second school year. These numbers have increased greatly from the previous year when retention for conditionally certified teachers was 65% and 69%. We believe our additional efforts to support conditionally certified teachers who typically have not completed traditional teacher education programs contributed to this increase in retention. We are also using a number of other strategies to help improve the overall retention of our teachers. We are continuing to host our conditional teacher workshop, which began last year as an opportunity to provide additional assistance to teachers who most likely did not complete a teacher education program and may be stepping into the classroom for the first time. 50% of the newly hired conditional teachers attended the voluntary sessions, which included rotating workshops on topics such as classroom management, planning for instruction, and parent communication. Our new Teachers Facebook page continues to provide teachers new to our district with a way to connect even before they begin employment with our county. Currently, there are over 400 employees who have liked this page, which has doubled from this time last year. We are holding networking and professional development events to bring together diverse educators from across the county. In October, the Office of Workforce Diversity held a networking social for diverse educators, which was attended by nearly 90 employees from schools across the county. And in November, the Office of Workforce Diversity partnered with the Alliance of Black School Educators to host a workshop for educators seeking leadership positions in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. The interactive panel entitled So You Think You're Ready to Lead gave employees an opportunity to hear from a diverse group of AACPS leaders and gain a better understanding of the different leadership roles available within the county, as well as the skills needed to succeed. This panel discussion was attended by nearly 60 diverse educators, and in December, a second leadership workshop was held where our Associate Superintendent, Dr. Kathy Kubik, shared information on the various pathways to leadership and the qualities AACPS is looking for in candidates for leadership positions. Later this month, the Office of Workforce Diversity will host a second networking event in conjunction with the Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement to bring together diverse employees in various employment units. We also conducted a diversity survey, which was completed by over 250 Unit 1 employees to obtain feedback on ways the county can attract a more diverse workforce, as well as gain additional information on topics for future networking and professional development events. We believe that by helping our diverse educators navigate pathways to leadership, as well as providing opportunities to build relationships with coworkers from similar backgrounds, we can better retain these employees, which is critical in our efforts to increase diversity. Our goal today has been to share with you some strategies AACPS uses to recruit and retain our employees. Our efforts to increase diversity within our system helps to ensure that every student can see themselves in the teachers and staff members they interact with every day. In closing, we would like to leave you with some comments from our students on why diversity in our schools is important to them. This video may also be used in future marketing materials as we promote our desire for a diverse workforce to potential employees. And after this short video clip, we will be happy to answer any questions.
It's important to have diversity in schools because when I come to school, there aren't many Asian teachers that I see, so it's hard for them to understand my educational background.
So I think it's important to have teachers from different backgrounds because they can have a better understanding about my culture and how my culture works.
I think diversity is important in schools so that teachers can relate better with the students and so that the students can get along with the teachers more.
If you have a teacher that's from a similar background, you can trust them because you know they went through the same thing, and it's just easier from my perspective. I think that's what a lot of students will like.
I think it is important to have different teachers from different backgrounds so we can have different role models in school.
I believe that diversity in schools is very important, not only with teachers, but also students, because I myself came from an area that wasn't very diverse, and I would love to see more diversity in students and teachers.
I would like to see that diversity in our students be reflected by the diversity in our teachers.
I think it's important to have different teachers from different backgrounds so that if they have a different background from you, you can learn new stuff about their backgrounds.
Diversity in schools is important because diversity brings different ideas to the table.
Having teachers from different countries or from just different backgrounds is really important because they could also teach you the same stuff but like in different ways.
They can make learning more fun by like how you like to do it.
I believe diversity is important because some teachers might come from different backgrounds and some kids might like that and some kids might need help with different things and some teachers might be able to help and some teachers might do activities different and those activities, the way they do it, might help the student and they can make learning fun.
Thank you. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you all for this. And I really do appreciate the onboarding session the other day. Ms. Coleman, you are amazing.
Thank you.
And I just have to tell you, when you were at the DNC convention, I was at the other one that summer, so I'm sorry we missed. But I do think, though, your story, I wrote your words, not career changer, but career discovery. I think it's impactful. It's very powerful. And I hope when the time is right, we can get her in a 2-minute video on our website or on the Facebook page, for recruiting, because it's awesome. So thank you for that. two questions that I had. One is, in the presentation and certainly here, I see the tracking of minority versus non-minority, and then I see the tracking of male versus female, which is great that we're tracking that. The one area, and you may not have it today, but at some point to get it would be helpful, in particular minority males. I think would just be a good data point for us to have, in particular African American male teachers and Latino teachers. I think that would just be helpful to see, and then if possible, and I'm asking for a lot now and it's getting late, but if we're trending up or trending down in those categories for important reasons. I think we all know why. And then Mr. Goodman, we're talking about the retention aspects. I've not made a formal request of this. I somehow alluded to it a couple of months ago, but I think when we get these monthly reports of who's coming, who's going, we get a great summary report at the end based on race and ethnicity, and that's extremely helpful to see by way of appointments. And then we've got the cumulative numbers below that. I think it would be helpful, and I hope I'm not asking anything out of line, Dr. Arlotto, but when I look at resignations in particular, personal illness, dissatisfaction with teaching, moving to another area, teaching in another county, if aside from collecting all of these and sitting here and counting them up month after month after month, if there's some way we can start to get a cumulative summary report of that, so that we can get to March, April, May, and then look at that and say, okay, 69 teachers have left because of this, 72 left because of that, and 3 left because of that. I think that's just going to be helpful data for the board in general, and certainly for the public overall. So again, for everything, thank you.
Ms. Sasa.
Yes. In your career changers program that you go after people that are changing career like yourself, do you have anything that you go after retired people that would like a part-time job, especially in the sciences?
So what we've seen actually this last event we had in this room, when we had 100+ people say they were coming and 90 show up, is that many of them were retirees looking for jobs. It's almost like you gave me the best question you could, because several of them were science or were science and wanted to be tech ed.
Yes.
So it was a great night for us to discover that retirees were not only one actually celebrating that day he retired, but wanted to immediately start teaching in a tech ed classroom. So we are seeing that as well, but it's something we'll definitely target more as we move forward.
And another thing is, just because I know my son-in-law, even though he is high-tech and he works for a high-tech company, he has decided, he does teaching because his mother also has done teaching, but he's teaching at the university level. Can we go into these high-tech companies too and basically see if they would like to do any teaching for us? Like Northrop Grumman?
So, under this board's leadership and Ms. Korbelak's leadership, we have been trying to get the adjunct professor or adjunct instructor program that would do exactly what you're saying. We're very excited that the report that came out from MSDE included our recommendations through the work of Ms. Talar. She sits on a statewide committee where we really advocated for that change, and so we are hopeful that MSD will be coming out with regulations in coming years that will allow us to do exactly sort of the concept that you're talking about.
Yeah, but could they go to this RTC program? Is it a very extensive program? Can we just bring them into an RTC program and tell them how many hours do they need in the RTC program?
So yeah, the RTC program would be a little more of a completer, of a long completer, as opposed to this particular new piece where it would be sort of a miniature version of that. And that may be something that we could look into as an option down the road.
Because how long will the adjunct program take before it can take effect?
Right. The specific work group that I was speaking of, their final report is due next year, so I would not foresee it happening prior to that, although I'm not up to date on any legislative efforts to move that forward as a bill as it came last year. So I'm just not clear on where that would be. So
but how long is the RTC program?
So the RTC program is kind of something for someone looking to come out of a career and move into it.
Okay.
So if someone from a Northrop Grumman was looking to leave their job permanently, they could come into the program, but it's not really something they can do while still working another job. That's why we're looking at other alternative ways in order to allow people who maybe want to use their expertise in the classroom but maintain their career to also have an opportunity to teach in our schools. The RTC program is for the person who has decided they want to move away from their current career and just do teaching full time.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Birch.
Yeah, actually, just a clarification question. Towards the beginning, you had mentioned that nationally, African American teachers had dropped from 8% to 7%. Now, is that 8% of all teachers are African American to 7% are African?
Yeah, so the national average of all, when you look at all teachers, 8% of that group was African American for some time, and in recent years that has dropped to now 7%.
Okay, so our numbers here weren't divided up by what minority were they, or was there a place that I missed it where they were?
No, they aren't, but we do have that data.
So what, I'm just wondering how we compare to the national average.
For African American teachers, we're actually right at the national average. 7% of our teachers are actually African American. We're lower for Hispanic
than the national average.
An average that's actually growing. Where our percentage is about 3%.
Okay, and do you know how Maryland as a state ranks, or what the percentage is for Maryland as a state? I'm just wondering how we compare to our neighbors, not just the
Well, each of our neighbors kind of has a different percentage, so I could provide you that data. We did not bring
I'd
all
love
of that
if
with
at
you.
some point you could provide me with a statewide average so I can see how we match up to the statewide average. Thank you.
Mrs. Hummer.
Thank you. This is great, and I think y'all are trying to think outside of the box and trying new things and doing that, and I appreciate all your efforts. I know this is a year-round, constant challenge, so I appreciate all your work.
Ditto. Is there any public comment on this item? Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
If it's all right with this board, I would like to table item 5.02, school bus safety report, for February 1st meeting. All right. Item 5.03 is the Minority Small Business Enterprise Utilization Report for FY 2016. This is just a review item. Are there any board questions or comments on this?
No.
Are there any public comments? All right.
We tabled 5 points.
Item 5.04 is the monthly financial status report and FY 2017 revenue and expenditure projections. Also a review item. Are there any board questions or comments on this? Any public comment? Okay. Item 5.05, construction status report. Also a review item. Any public questions, any board questions or comments? Any public comment? And then we have item 5.06, the award of contracts, also a review item. Any board questions or comments? Any public comment? All right, with that, I have a couple of announcements and then we'll move into closed session. The first is that the board budget committee meeting that was planned for today has been canceled. The next board policy committee meeting is Wednesday, January 25th at 1 p.m. And the next Board of Education meeting is here on February 1st at 10 a.m. Mrs. Hummer.
I move that we go into closed session to conduct collective bargaining negotiations and consider matters that relate to the negotiations.
All those in favor? All right, we're now in closed session. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you.